Yeah. So Marco Perry is just sat to my direct left. This is awesome.
Not what you said 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, nah. Nah, before I was like, I hope Marco Perry sits to my direct left. Now he's sitting there, I don't know if I actually want to.
Done.
And then he sits down.
Thank God it wasn't recorded.
Yeah, it's not recorded or anything.
Hold on, Marcus playing a big pop. 7 days. Oh, yes, sorry. Pop. Go, Marco. Let's go, Marco. Let's go, Marco.
Marco's rebuying.
Oh, multi-way banana. Chance to spend another 12.50.
See you later, mate.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah, I'll let you know. Go to the cage.
Oh.
Yeah.
Please.
The worst angles known to history.
Oh. Yeah, you're not winning, Marco. That means you can beat the nuts.
He crushes me in Hold'em though. Every time I've been on my table in a Hold'em tourney, he's fucking.
He does things his way, but
Yeah, like-
a lot better than people give him credit for.
Yeah.
He's very
Like, 'cause I just used to think like, you know, oh, this guy's like, I was like, oh, but he's actually,
when he's on, he's on.
yeah.
He
Like,
just can have a tendency
He's
to.
like he's different to how I play, but he gives me trouble if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course, because when people are taking you to places you haven't been before,
Yeah,
it's hard.
like unexpected lines and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
So if anybody in the chat can see where Jason Anand is, that'd be great. Because he's currently got no chips. I took them all.
Me and you flopped 2 months before against each other. And none of us could hit anything. These guys just in 2 seconds. Ace king there. Like you can get to the river. Yeah.
Just can't get there.
Huh? Good turn for 2 seconds. Very good. Good turn for the 10-8 of spades. Very good turn for the 10-8 of spades.
Yeah, we've spotted Jason Anand. The wild beast is outside. I think he's calling his wife for some moral support after he torched his chips.
Hey, Pete.
And we're coming back from the break. Hope you enjoyed that. Bit of table talk and hearing what goes on the felt. Bit of an insight, and we're hopeful that some of those guys you saw out there will come and join me, Harvey Silver, here in the commentary booth. A reminder that we're broadcasting a half hour behind the action, so they have been back for half an hour or so since the dinner break in this Goliath, the 2,500 buy-in event, our biggest buy-in event, advertised buy-in event here. And it's getting towards the pointy end. It's going to get, probably action will slow down a little bit soonish as we're getting close now to the money bubble. Top 14 get paid here. And as you can see on our screen, of the 118 starters, we have 21 left. It's a new table. We've moved a whole lot of well-known players and brought in a whole lot of other well-known players. And some massive stacks on this table too. So potentially a little bit looser, a little bit more action than we had seen. As I say again, hope you enjoyed those little clips put together by Aidan Glenn, who's unfortunately not feeling too great today. So I know he's watching the stream up in his room here at Eaton's Hill. Hope you are a lot better tomorrow, mate. So we've got a raise from Adam Ackerman with the little suited connectors. The better suited connectors from Ridge have called, and we've also got Kenta Ito coming in off the big blind at a discount. Nothing really for anyone there. Another race. Might be about who's going to have a crack at this, if anyone. Better 40,000 from Adam. Fold, fold, and a little bit of aggression gets him the pot. We'll run around the names on the table, but you can see here on that graphic that quickly disappears that we've got some well-known players around here, and someone who's already on the chat getting a little bit of support is Mike Maddox in seat 7. Mike, very well known, not just as a player, but as a poker blogger and commentator. Norman Mirza we saw for a fair bit yesterday as well. Very accomplished player. He's got my favourite hand of the non-premiums. Anyway, that's the 10-8 suited out of the big blind. And he calls. We go to the flop. On a beautiful board for him. 3 spades. And that's why I always tend to play 10-8 suited, because something normally happens with that hand for me anyway, as a recreational player. Unfortunately, he can't get too much out of it. Picks up another 35K. And there's our chip counts on this table. Adam with a massive nearly 2 million in front of him. And Adam, again, well-known player on the Australian Poker Tour and generally in Australia. I've seen him playing quite a few events already here. Playing for plenty here. It's upward of 70,000, 74 I think for the winner. 21 left in addition to the cash. There's obviously a title at stake here. Beautiful glass trophy which would take pride of place anywhere. And there's also the Australian Poker Tour ring from Drakakis Jewelers. Lots of really nice rewards here in Eaton's Hill. So Norman hits the flop with his 5. Adam's got the open-ended straight. As does Norm, so see some action if they do hit that open-ender, I'm sure. And they do. Potentially going to see quite a few chips finish up in here, but chances are they are going to split. Well, I'd say not only chances are, I would say for sure. Adam can win this if a 9 comes out. Had a 1 in 13 chance of that happening and didn't come, so it's a split pot here. Check, which, you know, seems to be, I'm sure Noman thinks he's trapping here with the check. Adam with the same straight. Bet out. Of course, he has no idea that he's wasting everybody's time, but here he comes with his bet. Decent, obviously. $193,000. This is now the psychology of poker. This is really not about the cards. Naman probably trying to give Adam the impression that he's struggling with a decision here. And obviously a 9-10 will beat him. But I think the way that board ran out, I think he'd be pretty confident that Adam doesn't have a 9-10, so he raises it up to 450. Adam calls and they'll split. And after all of those chips and all that betting, Naman finish up picking up 5K. As he was in the small and Adam was in the big. So not much change there on the chip count. We can see that Kenta Ito is our short stack here, but still 14 big blinds. He's nowhere near desperate. Just recapping that this is the Goliath. This is the biggest buy-in tournament of this series here at the Australian Poker Tour. 2,500 was the buy-in, 118 runners. We're down to 21. 74,000 up top for the winner of this.
Betting me on what, like 20, 30% good drink fee?
One fold. Two fold. Oh, can I just have your big chips at the front, please? What? The big chips at the front, 25 goes. Three folds, four folds.
The little suited connector there for Naman at the on the button. Raises it up to 22,000. Mike Maddox, the suited 9-3 out of the big blind, gets the discount, calls with 12. Go to the flop. It's a rainbow, so nothing really on the flush side for either. Check from Mike. Naman's continuation bet will take it down. And again, just a quick look at the chip counts there. Adam out on top. I understand that Adams had chips for a long, long time out there. He doubled up pretty early and has been on a fair run. So we're thinking things are going his way. I'm not feeling very threatened at all. I'm just having a look out over the field. Can't really, we get a sort of an overview from where we are here. The room's pretty full here at Eatons Hill. Would encourage you to come down if you are in the area. Come down over the next few days, particularly for the Brisbane Championships. There's flights for that over the next 3 days, and then it will be played out to a winner on Sunday. I think it's a 200K guarantee for that. So get down and play some poker. If you're working, come down over the weekend. It's a fantastic setup here at Eatons Hill. The poker room looks like Little Vegas. I keep saying it all the time, but it absolutely does. We've got champions banners hanging from the ceiling, and this RFID feature table sitting as the feature of the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the PLO 5, your blinds rack. PLO 5, 816.
I'm going to get Matt, our producer, to put up the schedule for the next few days soonish, so you can have a look at what you can play when you come down here. But there's everything. I think there's a $55 satellite at some point. I mean, you're going, you know, everything from this tournament, which is at $2,500 buy-in, all the way through to, as I say, little satellites that'll get you into some of the bigger events, including main event satellites. Tomorrow there's tournaments going the whole time. We've got Flight C of the Brisbane Championships. That's 6 o'clock. That's the one, if you are able to knock off work and get here, that's the one to come and play, I'd say. Try and get yourself into the Brisbane Championships. Got a teams event, and the one that all the ladies look forward to, because they have their own event here on a Friday night at 7:30 tomorrow night. 7:30 Queensland time is the Friday night ladies event. Just a $250 buy-in for that. It's a Delta event. You're never going to feel out of place or intimidated coming down and playing at the Australian Poker Tour, whether you're an experienced player or a pro, whether you're a gentleman or a lady, or whether you're one of the young, aggressive players or a bit old school and got a few more years behind you. And we've got a lot of both here. So come on down and play Saturday. We get going pretty early with the day 2 of the mini main. There's a 12 o'clock satellite. So many events to play. Get on website, check out the schedule. If you are in the area, come on down and play. It's a $350 buy-in main event satellite, $26,400 guaranteed. You can be playing for that sort of money for as little as $350 buy-in. That's at 3 o'clock tomorrow, I'm assuming. Yes, 3 o'clock tomorrow. That, if you are, got the Friday off, you want to play some really competitive poker with a great bait at the end of it. Great lure of 26,400 minimum. Get down here for 3 o'clock tomorrow. We're at Eatons Hill, 30 minutes drive outside of Brisbane. We're in our own little satellite suburb. Running satellites, but it's a satellite suburb. Everything here, fantastic pub, restaurants. There's a hotel here that a lot of us interstate visitors are staying at, a Woolies, grilled. There's even a Taco Bell drive-through on the corner. We don't have Taco Bell in Melbourne, so it's a treat for us to come down and play some poker, and you'll be made extremely welcome. Let's go back to the felt here with the suited King 10 up against the 8s. Low flop's going to make the 8s feel pretty comfortable here. I'd expect a bet, which we get. And that's going to take it down. For the bigger players, we've also got the high stakes shot clock tomorrow at 4 o'clock. That's $2,200 entry. You can late entry into that up until level 10. So get on the website and have a look at the schedule if you don't have it in front of you. And if you are in Brizzy or on the Gold Coast or Sunshine Coast, anywhere within a short driving distance, love to see you here. The King Jack raises under the gun to 22. Inexpensive call out of the big blind for Naman. Couple aces there. Couple of clubs. And Adams, smallish bet, 15,000. We'll take that.
Attention all players and dealers in the Brisbane Championship. Line B, your blinds are now up. 400, 800, the man of the big blind 18. That is all players and dealers in the Brisbane Championship. Bank 400, 800.
Yeah, I saw that.
Are we doing 9-handed for 2 tables? Or just
8-8. 6 balls, still 8 hands.
until final?
7 balls.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, for anybody wants some table service, we've got the wonderful Alice walking around the floor. Drinks to your seat, drinks all food to your seat. Alice is just floating around the middle of the room now. If anybody wants table service, food, drinks,
Ended up coming back.
Bet 20,000.
Alex decided to look him up for the 20K. Adam takes it with the pair of 8s. Picks up a few more chips to add to his leading chip stack. Just touching 2 million chips now, Adam.
Friday night, Saturday night, 8 by 1, 750 ticket up to grab for the first and $50 match up for second. Winner was 7 by 50 flip into the APO satellite tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock. Anybody jump in at $50. Marco Perry, C1, C2, C2, P3, Tottenham 4, Creighton 5.
So we've got an all in here with the Queens from Kenta, our short stack. Now, Michael on the big blind is going to ask for a count here. King 10 off. He's got nearly 1 million chips, so he's already got 10 in for the big blind. So another, just about 10% of his stack. It's probably not strong enough though, even for just 10%. Lets it go.
Everybody's got a piece of this. There's gut shots, straight draws, pairs, everywhere. Anybody go on the river? Drink spots in the Brisbane Champ. Deuce. No help. 9-6. In Burgess. 2 of the room. Anybody wants one? Ticket. Come on, take it. Anybody want a drink? Anybody want a coffee? Tea, soft drink, juice.
Not much on the board there. There's a nice river for Dipper. No bet though. He does pick up just 49,000 plus. As I welcome Will Davis into the box here.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me.
A lot of people would know you from Poker Palace in Sydney.
Yeah, so here for business and pleasure. So we have recently created a partnership with Tony and APT. because we're launching an APO series, which is going to be held in Sydney in March. So we're here because we are running a satellite tomorrow, a 350 satellite, 8 seats guaranteed, to an APO flight in the Ferns, which is Martin Wardrum, who's a regular APT. I think he's in Vegas at the moment, but he's a regular here. He's very kindly let us use his room. So played a bit of poker the last 2 days, and then tomorrow we're in work mode running the satellite, trying to get make sure we don't overlay in the satellite. Yeah, I've always really enjoyed playing the APT event, so it's always really good fun. Came down a few days early to play a couple of events, the grind, and yeah, it's always a lot of fun here. It's a beautiful location and setup here, so
yeah,
very impressive.
I've just been exalting the virtues of Eaton's Hill over the last little bit, and it feels like a little Vegas when you walk in here. We're half an hour outside Brisbane, but we could be anywhere. All very self-contained, really lovely hotel for the interstate visitors, and apparently tomorrow night the pub here just goes nuts. So.
It's a Friday, right? Most pubs do go wild on a Friday.
Yeah, apparently this is extra nuts, so looking forward to that. We've got the ladies event on tomorrow night too, which is hopefully will...
My partner will be in that. So Lauren, who is the part owner of APO, is my partner.
Yep.
So she's down here as well. She got down here this evening to help myself run the satellite tomorrow. She'll be in the ladies event. Yeah, we're trying to promote ladies events because we are hosting a ladies event that's sponsored by Flip during our APO series. So yeah, being a female sort of owner in poker is a huge achievement. It's something we really try and push, obviously, as a female herself. So yeah, she'll definitely be in that female event tomorrow. It always look a lot of fun, a lot of drinking and a lot of laughing.
Yeah, but we both know that she's not even remotely as excited about that as having a Taco Bell here. I saw you guys downstairs. She had a Taco Bell meal and she was beside herself.
That might actually be the selling point of Eaton Hills for her, to be fair. We used to love them in the UK, and we obviously live in Sydney, and they brought 2 into Sydney. Yep. I texted her yesterday saying, "Oh, there's a Taco Bell here." And, the excitement. She called me to see if I was joking. I was like, "No, there's really a Taco Bell here." Taco Bell and Five Guys are fairly new to Australia, but I've been in the UK for a while, and we just love them both. So.
Yeah.
Oh, this looks like a very exciting feature table.
Yeah, we
lots of talent.
Got some big names out and shipped some big names in on a new table since that dinner break, and some big stacks too.
It's the Goliath's just sort of built over the years. I mean, I know they've altered the structures of time. But yeah, it's such a good tournament. I couldn't play it. I mean, I wouldn't still be in, but I couldn't play it obviously because I'm working tomorrow. But it's such a great event. I played it a couple of times, and yeah, really good event. I think the high stakes stuff at APT has really come on leaps and bounds in the last few years. Numbers and structures and just the events are really good now. There's a Sydney friend of mine, Adam Carmen. Probably going to make another final 2 tables.
Yeah, well, he's got a huge stack, and he's been pretty active here too as he picks up Ace Jack.
Dipper's in there. It wouldn't be a 2.5K like final 3 tables if it wasn't Alex Linsky and Adam Carmen in the mix. And 2 of Australia's best players.
About to go up against each other.
Do you play much poker yourself?
I've played for a long time, long time, and as I was saying before the break, we had J-Mac in here. I started playing probably 35 years ago, and I still play every month with the same mates from 35 years ago, and we play Manila.
Manila's very popular. It's it's Greek or?
Well, it was all the Italians, I think.
Italians.
But, I don't know why we started. There was no Hold'em when we started. I think that was the reason, but yeah, not at your sort of stakes, but I do love the game, and I love watching the machinations that happen on the table, and obviously being able to see the cards.
Oh, yeah, it's a huge help.
Yeah, well, we run a few hands where you can't see the cards, so
it's like the old World Series beef jerky wild card. I used to love that.
Yeah. And if you can mention the World Series, I'm probably the Norman Chad of Australian poker. That's about where I live.
I mean, a couple of years ago, that would have been a very big accomplishment. But I think he's in the last couple of years has kind of lost a little bit of his.
Is he a caricature of himself now?
Yeah, he's made a couple of tweets that didn't go down very well,
yeah. So there is that main event satellite.
Beautiful, thank you
tomorrow.
very much.
that people should get down here at 3 o'clock.
Yep, 3 p.m. start, and unlimited entries to the first 6 levels, so late registration is $5.20. Sure to be pretty good value. I mean, we've run 3 of them so far. The first one overlaid like 4 or 5K. The second one was fairly close, and then the last one was the first time we'd made the guarantee. So I think being the first time it's in Queensland, it might be a pretty good value. And a great chance to get into the APO for obviously a fraction of the price. It's $1 million prize pool. And again, this is for the Ferns flight, which is on the 27th, the day after Australia Day, running at the Ferns in Brisbane. So yeah, we're very excited for it. Yeah, I mean, it's, a lot of people in Queensland had asked us about it. Or, I mean, to be fair, a lot of states have mentioned it. But Queensland's kind of, I would probably say, the home of poker. It's Queensland and the Gold Coast. There's just so much poker. All the events are always huge. Numbers are huge. So I think it's a great spot to hold a flight. And if you do bag in the actual Ferns flight, you also get free accommodation when you do come up to the APO in Bosley Park in Sydney. So another incentive to try and play and satellite is you get the free accommodation. And when we do play on the 27th, we play into the money. You get paid on the day, so you don't need to worry about expenses. You get paid on the day, and then the accommodation is sorted, and you just come back for day 2 in the final table. So yeah, hopefully we pop. There's a lot of people speaking about it, and we have a lot of guys that come to our room interstate as well. And we've got Bert Perry as an ambassador, so he's been a huge help so far. And I know he's in Asia at the moment, but yeah. So we have really good links with Queensland. So fingers crossed it goes well.
I bet it will. We were talking a little earlier again about the satellites and what a fantastic way they are to get into the big events. And I see Michael Curran up in the comments up there. I remember playing in a $60 satellite game, player of very little ability but managed to run like fire and went into the main event. It was an amazing feeling and rekindled my love of poker. So that's true. You can have a very small investment.
It's what poker's all around about, really, right? I mean, obviously there's the professionals and whatever, but poker's about the stories and the family man and family woman that qualify, play their local pub games or whatever it is, and then they're playing the World Series again, but like the World Series main event, obviously the moneymaker effect, and being able to satellite. And I saw they were doing the flips earlier. Gary was doing the flips, and he was saying that someone won a flip into the main event here and then won the main for 60K. So he was in for, was it $75, and then won a flip into the 750, and then won the main for 50 or 60,000. So it's, yeah, I mean, it's just those kind of stories are what makes poker so attractive, and what really sort of plays on people's heartstrings, I guess. This is this is not a brag, but I just know that Linsky and Maddox have played a lot against each other because we went deep in a WPT together, and they played a hell of a lot of pots against each other in that, where I just mainly sat there and watched and waited for the best hand. But yeah, these two have a lot of history against each other and probably have played a lot since as well.
So Michael's hit it on the river. It was ahead anyway, but just to confirm with the king.
There's 20, was it 14 paid, 13 paid?
14, yeah.
Oh, so they're fairly close to the money.
5 and a bit K for 14th place. Mike doesn't even have to put the chips on the felt. He just motioned to put them out there, and Alex's cards went into the muck.
The only name I'm not familiar with fully is Ridge. Is he local or Ridge Grimsey?
He was, yeah, no one really knew him. Can't say I can fill you in too much. Certainly doesn't seem to be intimidated by a table of very well-known players.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a very, very tough table. I mean, Norman's got some very good results. I think he just made the final table at WPT. Won an event. I think it was a star event. And yeah, I mean, obviously Linsky's got a very long list of results and achievements. Maddox the same, and obviously Adam Carmen had an incredible year last year, and I mean the last 2 years really. So yeah, this is a very tough table, but the structure's very good, so you have plenty of time to. Dipper's had some very good results as well, right? Dipper's always in there amongst it. Very fun to play with, very talkative. Kind of the business, a bit like Australian poker. He's like the business guy that plays a lot of poker, but he's obviously he's very successful in business, and he's done very well in poker.
So you've had him. No, I was going to see if he wakes up with something in the big blind, but Kent has all in raise from the button, moves him through.
Where's Dipper's nickname come from? Do we know that? I know he's very good friends with Sportelli, who does talk a lot. Maybe he gave him his nickname.
I'm not sure. I don't
or
know
maybe
his
it's not
background.
fit for...
Yeah, well, it could be anything.
Kent is also another regular in our room. He's a really nice guy, very solid player. Grinds the short stack like nobody.
I notice your partner Lauren's sidled up next to you here in the commentary box, making sure you don't say anything that gets her in trouble.
Oh, she knows I enjoy the... not hearing my... hearing my own voice is probably the best way to put it.
Okay.
I'm always on the microphone.
You like the sound of your own voice, is that yes? Are you a singer in the shower as well?
No, I don't like... I'm not a good singer.
Oh, that's Lauren, okay.
I'm not a singer. So we just got the schedule up there. So, as I said, starting end of March.
So we'll whack that on after this hand so people can see that. See if this develops into anything. Naman with the 6-5.
This might be a slightly optimistic button open, I would say, into two very, very aggressive, capable players. Yeah, Adam 3 bets.
Yeah, gets it out. So here is the schedule.
Yeah, so obviously the headline event is the 3,300 $1 million guaranteed APO main event. But we also have, I mean, this series is $2 million worth of guarantees plus. So alongside the APO main event, we have the PPC, the Platinum Players Championship, which is a $1,500 event, 500,000 guaranteed. And then alongside that, sort of the three headline events of the first week, we have the Diamond Cup, which is a $350 buy-in with a huge 150K guaranteed. So, yeah, I mean, it's three big guarantees we have to try and hit in the first week. Yeah, we have 3 pages of schedule. Oh, very good. It came up just as I said it. Yeah, so the second week...
Maddie's good on the buttons here next to us.
I know. It's like he read my mind that I was going to move on. Yeah, the second week we have 5Ks, 10Ks, 20Ks. And we're adding some mixed games in. I know APT's been a huge sort of leader of promoting the mixed games with the Mixed Game Academy. And I know there's mixed games on now. There's a 5-card PL on at the moment as we speak. There was the Heroes event. So... yeah, we've been really keen to try and get mixed games going in Sydney, so we have a couple of mixed games there. And then we have a ladies event, which is named after Lauren, who's the Lauren's ladies event, so we're hoping that will be really popular. Again, that's going to be sponsored by Flip, which is fantastic ladies in poker, so that should be really good. But yeah, I mean, the first week there's kind of an event for everyone, if you like. There's the high stakes, the sort of the mid and the low, all with huge guarantees. So it'll be exciting, but nerve-wracking, I would say. It's anytime it's just you launch something, it's the first time, there's always those nerves, but we think we've planned everything well, so fingers crossed. And obviously Tony and APT have been helping out massively. We're building a really good relationship there, so yeah, it's really good. Yeah, really helpful that he's allowed us to run a satellite here, so we're really grateful. So.
Well, I mean, Tony's been behind the microphone often, and it's always the same message. This is all about building poker in this country. It's not 100%. About locking people out. It's not about trying to take over. It really is about growing the game and working with everyone. I know, personally, he was a little bit disappointed that there was an overlap, earlier this week between the two tours, and people had to make some choices. So we want to try and avoid that. I know you're impressed with our broadcast setup back here. If you want something like this in Sydney, I'll be more than happy to come down and help you out.
I might see you again very soon. Yeah, it's a really good setup. I mean, I originally played poker in the UK, and there's a tour called the Grosvenor Poker Tour, and they have a live stream, and I used to do a bit of commentary there. But this soundboard and all there's a lot behind the scenes that people don't see that makes this an event that looks so smooth and seamlessly smooth. There's so much work behind the scenes, and I mean, even floor staff and dealers, etc.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, a lot goes in. There's been a lot of investment here. I'm sure you can see it. And it's long term. This is, as I say again, about building poker. There's some things in the pipeline that I personally am involved with the Hashem Group, and it is about, I suppose, making poker could be an all-in. Should have a look at what happens here. As Michael's going to fold his ace-jack. Dipper gets his big raise through. We want to, take away this stigma of poker and, make it a lot more accessible and really push the what we all know. It's a game of skill. It's a game of experience. It's trusting your gut, your intuition. It's the math. It's the opponent.
And alongside that, it's a game where almost anybody can win, you know? Right. So that's the beauty of it. Like, obviously, there is a lot of skill. There's always the debate of percentage of skill and luck, but it's obviously somewhere between 50-50 and 100 and 0. But, yeah, there's obviously a lot of skill involved, but there's also obviously a lot of luck. So, you know,
but
everyone can have their moment.
Isn't everything?
I guess that's what keeps everyone involved. I mean, people that play all the time, it keeps them involved at that one big score. They, you know, one near miss, and they think, oh, I can do that again. It's just like the thrill of going deep. And, yeah, I mean, it's... I know the Hashem groups. I mean, the Hashem name is sort of is the most famous name in Australian poker. So, you know, the poker boom of Australia was caused by Hashem, and you know they've done so much for poker.
You've got to remember that Joe Hashem won the main event. He was a chiropractor from Melbourne. He wasn't a professional poker player. So, you know, it just goes to what you're saying. You know, he was a guy who played home games and went over there and won a World Series main event.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
And he was super entertaining as well. I mean, when you watch him, he came across as like no way insult, but like as a business guy rather than like the table talk. And like, I mean, he was super. I mean, he still is when he's on camera and stuff. He was super entertaining with all the table talk.
Yeah. And then people forget what an ambassador he was for poker after he won that.
Yeah, he was.
He was so respectful. He was so positive about the game. He didn't have to be the poker brat to to get the exposure.
He did an incredible job. He's been with a couple of, I think he was with Poker Stars, right? And he's like traveled the world and he's like obviously worldly respected. And
he went basically from winning that World Series event to a WPT and won that for about $2.5 million.
10K ever. Yeah, he did.
So he had an unbelievable run for.
It's great that he still plays now. Obviously, he's obviously here now, because of the Hashem group and the Hashem management group, but. Yeah, it's great to see them here, and I know...
Mate, he plays in our home games. He just loves the game.
Manila or Hold'em?
No, this is Hold'em. We have
if you can get him in the Manila game, maybe you can get him.
My Manila game you wouldn't play, and we still play 50 cents, $1, $2, mate. We play with coins. It's like what we did 30 years ago.
I used to do that at university.
Yeah.
That's about the last time I could win at poker was when I was playing that. Craig Abernathy said, it sounds like Henry. I wish I was as good as Henry Kilbane at commentary.
There's another legend.
Getting
some nice comments there, mate, in the chat. They're loving your laconic voice.
We have a group chat, and 3 of those people are from the group chat, so they might be polite on these comments. They won't be in the group chat.
They never are.
So, Jamie, start stack is 30,000, and add-on is 30,000. So 350 buy-in and 150 optional add-on. So if you reg at the break, you get 60,000, so 50 big blinds at the break. So it's 30,000 and 30,000. Yeah, I never knew he was a chiropractor.
Yep, he was a chiropractor, but he had some issues, wrist issues, and was struggling to stay in the profession.
Is that not quite ironic?
Yeah, it is. But I think it was because he'd obviously done so much manipulation, so much work, and he was struggling physically, and was probably looking for what the next step in his career was going to be, and it was chosen for him because he went to Vegas and won the World Series.
And did all the did Tony at that point, did they all play like just home games, or was some?
It was all home games. Tony and family went over when Joe was very deep in the event, and obviously railed him.
Aussie.
And that was actually Tony. All that was leading.
I can imagine.
Yes, leading the cheer squad. And just to tell you a little story and everyone else, I then met Joe because I had some poker concepts around production, and he, like you say, changed the whole climate in Australia for poker. And I met Joe, and we went through some things. He loved one of the ideas, and he said, come to Vegas with me and let's pitch this to Poker Stars. So myself and my then partner, the year after he won, went as part of his entourage to Vegas.
Oh, wow.
And that was the closest I've ever been to being a groupie in my life. That was the most incredible 10 days of...
Yeah, it was
amazing.
Talking of productions, that WSOP production is quite something, obviously.
Yeah. But just hanging with Joe, I remember landing in Vegas, and he told everyone, 5 o'clock, we'll meet you at the front of the hotel. We're staying at the Bellagio. And we got picked up by a stretch Hummer. That was the first time I'd ever seen a stretch Hummer in my life.
That's how you live, right?
2006, first time I'd ever seen one. And we got the stretch Hummer to Antonio Svendiari's house, and he put on a poker party, and Jason Alexander was there, and
That's
Ray
kind of what you
Romano.
imagine.
And, man, it was just the most ridiculous, crazy.
It's
that
kind of
you're
what
in
you
that
imagine if you're like a main event champion. You think,
Yeah.
oh, that's going to be good. The Hummers, the parties. And,
That's what it was
yeah.
like. And the official World Series of Poker party was, well, they played it at the Rio then.
Yeah, I remember.
So the
Dark
party
and
was
gloomy Rio.
Yeah, and the party was upstairs on the 40-something floor in the bar, and the entertainment. They had this girl singing at the party, and she was on a harness hanging over the side of the building. And that girl only had one hit song at that stage, so they probably got her pretty cheap. There was a girl called Rihanna.
Oh yeah, I think I might have heard of her.
And she had SOS was her
that
only
was a
song
classic.
at that stage.
I'm not going to sing it, but yeah, that was a classic.
So just crazy stuff, crazy. And that's because Joe
That's
also
kind of
was
like
so
Wolf of Wall Street
generous.
stories,
yeah,
isn't it? Yeah,
but he was so generous, and so as that, the Hashem family still
Well,
is.
there's a lot of responsibility that people don't like. Even if it's not all like directed to a company, there's a lot of responsibility of being like the World Series main event champion. Like,
and on
that you
cue,
have to-
Tony Hashem walks in. He must have heard us talking about him.
Yeah, his ears are burning.
But that was an amazing trip, and Tony and all the family came for that one as well, and really memorable.
I mean, I was there
10 days
last year or the year before, and there was, still people I was sat like across the room from him, and still, I'd say, once a level, someone would come up and ask for a photo with him. It's something that never dies, right? If you're a main event champion, there's not many of them. So, and obviously being a non-American as well. So he took photos like all day long when I was obviously not staring at him like a weirdo, but every time I looked up, he was taking a photo with a fan. So, yeah, the Hashems have done a huge amount for poker. Worldwide, but obviously particularly in Australia, I guess.
Your mate looks like he's just been moved off his
Adam
feature
Carmen.
table, Adam, to
Also.
balance up the tables. Must be playing 3 tables now, I'd say. So he's out there to, 3 tables. So he's out there to balance up. I went last year as well. I still have that bucket list thing to try and play the World Series main event. And I went over last year because I was there anyway, and I wanted a satellite into it. I actually did win a satellite, but it was the second last day that I was there. I couldn't change my flights. Like, it was too
Did you
hard.
get those? Did you get the llamas? You had to sell the llamas?
Yeah. But I had to finish up cashing that and made a little bit of money, which was nice.
There's nothing like the thrill of like your first main event satellite win. It's incredible. Like, oh my God, I'm going to play the World Series main event. Like, I played it a couple of times now, and it's still like so exciting when you like go to register. I stood in the queue. And,
absolutely.
Yeah, you walk in the room, and it's just like the chip riffling, like all the cameras. Like I was sat this year, or last year, sorry, on the table next to Magnus Carlsen, and it was like his first main event because he's doing this kind of poker documentary, I think, and it was just like, it's just cameras everywhere. Like, you feel like you're on a film set.
Yeah, it is crazy.
It's
but it's still so disorganised. The queues to go and do buy-ins. And,
it's so big. There's so many numbers. It's so difficult to see everyone.
Yeah. No, it was
a good problem to have.
It was a great experience to do it. There's a down story and an up story on all of those. The very first satellite I played, the top 13 got through, and I got knocked out 14th.
Oh, the pain.
And I'm walking back down Las Vegas Boulevard like that, the
Head
Boulevard
down.
of Broken Dreams.
Yeah,
It really was.
It can
like
be the
that.
greatest place in the world, and it can be the worst place in the world.
And I was so unfortunate. The guy playing in front of me, he didn't even have the full big blind, and I was just waiting for this guy to bust, and then I'm in. And he got round to his last hand, and everybody went in against him to knock him out. And
it's the pain.
And he won.
It's the pain.
And
your
then
heart just sinks.
I had
like,
nothing.
I'm next. You're next. You're like, please.
Yeah.
Oh, the tension and the anxiety when before they all turn their hands, you're like, please, someone have the best hand.
Yeah. And that was my first one. That would have changed everything because I would have stayed, obviously, and played it. But yeah,
and
the
who
one
knows? You could have been the Australian main event.
I don't tell you that story for that reason. You're talking about sort of the popularity of it. The day I arrived was the first day of the seniors event.
Oh, that's
there were
event.
8,400 people playing.
That is an incredible event. A very good friend of mine, Michael, played it. I was staying with him this year in Vegas, and he played it. And I went to catch up with him, and it was just there was 6 people in wheelchairs at the table. It was such a tight fit, and then the breaks are 10 minutes longer, so everyone get to the toilet. It's amazing that so many people. The super seniors is even more incredible. I think it's 60 plus that so many people still have a passion and.
But it was just outrageous. You walk into that room, and it's obviously played across 2 venues now. You walk into that room at the what's the Bally's? What's it called now? The
Horseshoe.
The Horseshoe.
Paris, yeah.
And there was just. old people as far as the eye could see, and I'm one of them.
Like a bingo
I think it's
hall.
over 55, isn't it? I
I
think,
think seniors is 50, is it? And I think one is 50 and one's 60. I might be wrong.
Okay,
Someone
well-
can correct us, but I think it's 50 and 60, I think.
I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but anyway, I could have played that event. Let me put it that way.
They get huge. I mean, even now they get huge numbers. They have to make it 2 flights now.
Yeah.
Like they have to have 2 flights. They get, it's just absurd. Like
Yeah.
it's incredible at that age how many people still love the game, and it's grueling because it's like a 3 or 4 day event. Like
And it's not a huge buy-in either.
No, so I think it's 1,000. The super. I think both 1,000. But I was saying how grueling it is because like if I not that I've ever get very deep in tournaments these days. If you play 2 or 3, 4 days, it's exhausting. I'm like 31, and if you're like 60, 70, which is why it's incredible when like an older gentleman or lady goes deep in the main event, because those main event days are grueling. It's like
such a
12
grind.
hours, like just tension, and obviously because of the cameras, it all adds to that sort of like just fatigue. Which is why in the last few years you see like in general, this is not like a proof, but generally the final table is generally like younger. Because it's just become because the numbers are so huge, it's now 7 like 12-hour days. It's just become too grueling for like the 60 or 70-year-olds. It's just, I mean, it's just too tough.
What happens here, mate? Ridge has hit this flop. Alex has bet out.
This is a 3-bet pot. Yeah, I think if it turns a club, Linsky's going to go for this, I think. This interesting. Linsky might now think he has showdown value, but he might still turn this in double up. Whatever Linsky does is probably correct. He doesn't make many mistakes.
No, and as you say, Ridge is the one
But
that we don't know, so we don't know how much.
It's a very tough spot
experience
for him because he's got like 1.2x pot, so he hasn't got a huge amount of wriggle room. But I think if he bets, he's going to get this through because I don't think Ridge can call twice with 3rd pair, even though he does have a straight draw. So I think Linsky will get this through. Yeah, he's bet essentially half his stack, so 40% of his stack, which is why he's one of the best. Let's see if Ridge can read into his soul and do something. Also being so close to the money, Linsky obviously has, I mean, we don't know that much about this Ridge Grimsby, but I'm assuming if we don't know that much, it means maybe he's a cash game player, but doesn't necessarily play a lot of these higher buy-ins. So the ICM pressure that Linsky can put on is obviously a big factor into him running this bluff.
He's reaching for chips though.
Yeah, I just don't see how he calls. Stack preservation is so important, I think.
Or he's just counting maybe.
Because if he calls this, he essentially has to call the river, like if it bricks, because he hasn't got many cards to improve. A king's not a great card for him because the queen will make a straight. So the only good river cards are obviously a 9 or a queen. So yeah, I mean that's a really well played hand by Alex, as always. I think I'm being replaced shortly by one of the nicest men in poker.
I don't know, unless you've got somewhere to run, I'll stick him in with you. I reckon the two of you can go okay. It's your call.
I'm happy to sit. He's one of my favourite people. I'll sit with him.
So we've got Didier back here. I might let these two take it away, the two pros. I just try and hold it together, but I think you two will probably be okay. All right. So I'll sign off. I'll get Didier in here. Will, you carry the can for us while we do the change.
It's a big responsibility.
It's been lovely having you in here. Come on, I'll put the two pros on.
30 minutes. I'm set now. I mean, huh? Oh, did you need me? I was going to say 9 minutes till Didier's out. I was like, that's brutal.
You'll be able to get enough in. That's how you've got a good hand to call straight off.
Oh, I think Kent is going to double up in this hand. Now we're back. Not that I'm the host, but welcome Didier, one of the nicest people in poker.
Hello, hello.
One of the best players in poker.
You're too kind, Will. Also a fantastic player yourself. Not enough people know that, you know. You're doing the TD thing at Poker Palace on the commentary.
I mean,
people don't know
we
he's
were
a
just talking
crusher in
about the
England.
seniors event. There's a people in no senior event that might remember when I was winning, but that's about it.
Very modest man. Oh, I come in straight away to Queens versus Nines.
Yeah, Linsky just ran a really good bluff as well, but
That does not surprise me at all. Thanks, Noel.
Diamond for a chop. Can we pre-register the Sati for tomorrow? I assume if it's on APT, that's with APT. I'm not entirely sure, actually, Janet. I think you will be able to register in the morning because it will be listed on their event schedule because we're running it all through APT software. But I think you can in the morning.
Have you not given Embo a shout out?
Oh, you didn't. You didn't, did you? Why have you done that? Yes.
I'm here to cause chaos.
Oh, it's because he asked you for a shout. Yeah, we have Noel, Daniel, plenty of people in the chat.
Lots of legends.
Yeah. I saw Dale Patterson was in the chat, lying in bed.
Blind push a bit. Blind push. Come on, big. Yep.
Yeah, it's nice having Didier. He's a Poker Palace Hall of Famer. Was one of our best ambassadors and only just recently won his first trophy.
Man, it takes some time.
Talk us through your win, Didier. It was long overdue.
Well, I think I final tabled the high roll 8 or 9 times, and I guess you're due when you're due.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But it was awesome to finally get a trophy at Marconi,
yeah, I mean, there's not many people who deserve one
heart.
more than yourself, you know, in terms of just being nice, supporting the room, playing in the room, and also just ability. Yeah, it was long overdue.
Well, you guys are easy to support. I think it's great to see so much collaboration recently between APT, APL, and Poker Palace in particular. I think there's a few more names that'll join that list, like King's Poker.
Stacked are also
stacked of course.
because they've got. I was playing the satellite, not the satellite bounty today, and there was 3 seats to a stacked Terminator event. So, yeah, I mean APT are doing a heap of networking, shall we say? So, we're getting a pan around the room.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
wow.
That was delightful.
I'm excited. Jeez. Some new types of camera work there. Shoot to camera and then spin to the final table.
Oh, that was exciting.
Well, how many do we have left in this?
19 left
19,
and 14 paid, so we're near the money.
Wow, that's embarrassing. I came 20th, so I should probably know that.
Another deep run, huh? When will it end? Noel Jaber in the chat trying to drop in that he won a 5K super high roller.
Oh,
he's now
so
told
yeah.
everyone in Sydney and Queensland. So
he's asking me if it was the 5K super high roller because I think Noel won that one. He likes to remind us indirectly.
I forgot for at least a minute then that he won.
At least, yeah.
Diddy Bear. Oh, lots of love coming for Dids.
Love that.
As always. You've done a lot of commentary, right, in your time?
Yeah, honestly, I started with Tom Bauer when LCA Poker with Euro joined, and I've done a bit more with him for APL up at Southport, and did APT in Sydney, and here we are again.
What do you think is the best FT or, I guess, segment of poker you've commented on? Any that comes to mind?
The final table at Poker Palace, the Martin Fingal one, was absolutely incredible because Mick O'Grady, I think, came in as the chip leader, and he was in a full suit. And the levels of banter going on before that FT was, like, incredible. We were all thinking he was going to win, and didn't go great for Mick, unfortunately,
Mick O'Grady,
that day.
I'd say, is the Sportelli of Sydney poker. Just in terms of discussion and talking at the table, maybe I don't want to ridicule anyone's abilities. So.
That was definitely one of the most exciting moments. Definitely learned a few things in the commentary box just about calling the play, and obviously, you know, you get the occasional error where the cards aren't read or something like that.
What is this? What's he
doing?
doing?
You really have to go on the fly. You know, you got to try and help everyone, and you're like, all right, I guess this is what I'm paid for.
I mean, that was actually quite an incredible event. So I think I just moved over, but I hadn't really been to the Poker House at this point. And obviously, Martin Finger is like a huge name in poker in terms of like just the German crusher, and he just like turned up to this nice little room in Western Sydney. He won the first event he played, then he's like, I think he ends up winning that main, right?
Yeah,
He just wins the main. It's just like, when you look at his Hendon mob or things like that, it's like it's got
Poker
like a 25K at Barcelona, and then the Poker Palace. It's like, that's why poker's so great. It's just like, and then he heads up like, well, he's playing Mick O'Grady, and then it'll be probably some locals. It's just like, that's why poker's so incredible. You can just have someone who's like satellite in or just, you know, runs an Iron Factory or whatever it is, and then they're playing poker against Martin Finger.
Such a good story.
Like winning millions and...
So I can't say I've played with anyone on this final table aside from Linsky. A little bit with Mike, very limited. Know him. Can't say I have any experience with these guys. What's the dynamics been like in the short time you've been here?
So Adam was sat between Norman and Maddox, but he got moved. But he was 3-betting Norman a lot.
Right.
I would say the general dynamic, this is no sort of needle at Norman, is that Norman's opened a lot and been 3-bet a lot.
Okay, interesting.
I think it's a table where there's a few people that don't particularly, aren't ITM sort of inclined, so the money's not huge. They sort of kind of play to win kind of lingo. So I think it's been a very aggressive table.
It's kind of interesting with regard to the ICM in a tournament exactly like this. One of the more deep stacked, slower structures where ordinarily you're quite close to the money, 19 left, 14 cash, but realistically it's probably not that close to the bubble with these stacks. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting with regard to the way that we can observe everyone's different approaches. Some people, I would assume like Alex, who with all due respect to the other players is the most accomplished here, would be looking to, he's got 50 bigs, so he can really just navigate and continue to apply pressure on some people who might feel like it's closer than it really is to the bubble. But you have to be quite good at identifying those people.
Yeah, I mean, Maddox, I was saying on the stream, not trying to brag, but they played a lot against each other in the WPT main 3 or 4 years ago, Maddox and Linsky. They came second and third. I won't say who came first. But yeah, they came second and third, and they played a hell of a lot of pots against each other. Like, Maddox has no fear.
Yeah.
So, that was something they haven't tangled yet, as I've been watching, but it's something I was looking forward to. They have one small pot, but yeah, I know they play a lot of hands against each other. So, as you said, Maddox is very accomplished. I know Dipper has some very good results. Obviously, he's like the businessman who plays a lot of poker, and but obviously plays pretty well. And then Kent is like I guess I'd say Sydney regular, but he plays everywhere. But yeah, I mean, he's accustomed to these stakes. He plays a lot of 2.5Ks and 1Ks and has a lot of results.
Look at this. Linsky just going with the 10-3 suited. Like I said, he's just going to be finding those kind of spots where in maybe like, a super high roller field, this would just be a negative EV open, right? But he understands the situation and his opponents, and he's going to begin putting pressure on from those late position spots.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is just, I think, one of the best players in Australia.
Yeah,
He's just,
I'm very particular about these little things, like the rankings, particularly want to try and climb them. But I've for a long time said in my book, like, he's probably 4th in the country, like, more or less.
I'd say the people that play a lot of poker in the country, so we're ruling out the Adamos, the Burns and stuff.
Well, yeah, those would be my top 2. And I think it's pretty close between Adrian Attenborough and Alex Linsky for that 3rd, 4th spot. The one thing I would sort of contrast for Alex against the rest of them is that he doesn't study anywhere near as much as them. I think he's honestly one of the more naturally talented players we've got.
He plays probably the most out of that group that you named. He's the one who plays the most, obviously because he still lives here, I guess, or travels here a lot, or lives here between England. But he's the one who plays the most events, so the most APLs, APT events, all those 2.5Ks.
Yep.
So
he's a man of the people.
Yeah, he is a man of the people. Yeah. I mean, he's obviously just got results stringing back for years, and all over the world. He's sort of proven all over the world, and he obviously had a really good year trip in Vegas this year. He came top 4 in a
so we actually had a swap in that tournament. Him, Sean Ragazzoni, also one of the best players.
Ragazzoni's a good mention.
But it was on a min of, like, you had to cash for like a certain amount, and Sean and I didn't make it, which was brutal given how well Alex did. But I think
brutal for one of the party.
Yeah, Alex cheering. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ragazzini is a good mention as well. Obviously, he had that incredibly brutal beat in that with 12 or 13 left in the main event.
He's not far off those rankings in my book.
Yeah, he's very good.
Easily top 10. This is all within no limit hold'em tournaments for these rankings that I'm sort of shooting out, and Didier TM,
Didier's private list.
Nice, but very public now.
I think everybody who comes on the booth should do one, and then when they leave,
put them on the spot.
No, they leave, and then the next person reads.
The best are
the next person reads the list. So the next person comes on, reads Didier's list off when Didier's left, so no one can ridicule in the chat.
I'll leave a note saying, "Please save me somewhere reasonable."
And sometimes someone's just put themselves in the list. You're like, oh.
So Norman turning an open end here and barreling. Mike continues with a call, and he's rivered 2 pair.
I don't
Blind
think
versus
Norman's going to
blind.
not stop barreling, so it's going to be a big pot for Mike. These blind on blind battles are always so interesting.
Yeah. Interesting to see him give up.
Move over Shulman and Nejad.
Who do you want to be, Shulman or Nejad?
I'm definitely not Shulman. Between the two of us, I am definitely not Shulman. I'm not massively Nejad, but I'm definitely not a Shulman.
Wow.
I can't dissect the game like you did, Yo, so you'll have to be Shulman.
Okay.
We had Norman Chad in there earlier, so I'm not sure who I'd
That's not the one you want.
No. I'm the anchor, you know. I just come up with random topics of discussion.
I think we don't have enough jokes about like our ex-wife or something like that. That's all the WSOP coverage. We'll leave it to them.
Yeah, so players are going to go on a short break. So I believe we're going to a 2-table redraw. So we'll have a new feature table, I believe. So 2 away from the money, so that'll be very exciting.
I'm hearing Joe Hashem will get moved there again.
Oh, exciting.
I think Adam's going to be there. Oh, here we are. No, yeah, I know. Yeah.
So the new feature table we've just had up. So there'll be we're going to have Adam Carmen back on the feature, Jason Anand, as Didier said, Joe Hashem, main event champion, Mike Maddox, Jared Thatcher, surprise, surprise, Dennis Jankovic, Norman Merz will be staying with us, and Ridge Grims will be staying with us. So that is some table. Let's. Yeah, I mean that's another person we got to. This is Jared Thatcher
Of course, mate. I think if the Player of the Year points had been exclusive to tournaments just in Australia, could have been him. It could have been him last year.
It could have been one of the 2 people on this list, Adam Carmen or Jared Thatcher.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone will be watching will be surprised to see the 2 of them deep in a 2.5K yet again.
Yeah. I played with Jared most of today, so interested to see.
Yeah, he's I mean, ever consistent, Mr. Jared Thatcher. I was on his table in the grind. He had no chips, and 3 hours later he's still in. He's just
good at surviving.
He just hangs around like a bad smell. He just hangs about.
It happens.
Yeah. The best in the country has to be Oscuro. Yeah, I think there's probably some people who play poker who think they might be the best in the country. That's for sure. Yeah, send in your lists of who you think the top 5 players are in the country. They can be from your room, your friendship group, or just the realistic top 5.
Surely we're the best 2 commentators for engagement, you know? Getting people to submit lists.
We're definitely the best 2 here at the moment. Dale Patterson's got Oscuro, O'Grady. Which O'Grady? That's the one, though. Michael or Travis? That's the question.
Leave it obscure.
Marcel, who's the Argentinian mafia boss who plays at the Poker Palace. He's been playing poker for about 50 years, and then trailing, he's got Linsky.
Marcel.
That's very funny. Yeah, Craig made a very good point. Alex missed a lot of boards, and as you said, opened the 10-3, and he just, really good players just fight for every pot. They're very difficult to win chips off. They hardly ever overplay hands when they have a good hand, and yet they just sort of sneak in little pots here and there, and they just accumulate. They might win 8 out of the 10 pots, might lose 1 big one, but they win 8 out of 10, so it sort of keeps them balanced. Jared's another one who's very good at that. Just wins a lot of little pots that keep you afloat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a very
curious to see the table draw. Kane Moisman for 1 to 5. Hey, I'll back that. Did some work with Kane a few years ago. Absolutely wonderful guy. Couldn't say enough nice things about him.
1 to 5.
Hasone, number 1. Might have won the most money of Australians last year on live streams.
Yeah, that's for sure, yeah. Hassan, a big cash game player, plays a lot in the Poker Palace, good friend of ours.
How'd you feel seeing a Poker Palace regular displaying the biggest game ever on Hustler Casino Live?
It was crazy. Like, I mean, he plays a lot of tournaments in our room. We're aware that he obviously plays a lot of big cash games. But yeah, I mean, it was. The whole production of that Hustler stream was incredible. I know they got off to like not a slow start's not right, but the first day obviously wasn't as action as they thought. I know Tony G was in there. He was obviously a big Australian poker name, but the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th days were just off the chart. Like, it was just absurd. Obviously, there was that bluff by Rampage, and then the huge bluff by that other
Wesley against Tom Dwan. Yeah, that was
obviously
unreal.
The slightly uneasy table talk between Hassan and Wesley, but they now get on very well. They met in Vegas, and then obviously what's his name, Nick's airball's always very entertaining. But yeah, I mean that whole production and it was a big gamble obviously, but yeah, I mean I thought it was incredible. I think they're doing it again this year.
Ooh,
something
that'll be
similar.
interesting. Yeah.
But I know live streams are booming. I know the Lodge just had a really big cash game series, and they're
You'll have to rate my segue here, but I was just about to say I've spoken to Nick Bertucci, and I might be appearing, not in the $1 million lineup, but around that time frame.
Get in the game. Get in the game, dudes.
Hopefully before WSOP.
I mean, you were focusing highly on Negrano's vlogs over the summer. you deserve a spot.
That was awesome to be in his vlog, actually.
Yeah, it was really entertaining. I mean, you're such a
you were in it, actually, very briefly.
Oh, no, that's almost like a needle in my fat head on my phone telling someone I just bust another tournament was in the vlog. Thanks. About 6 people ago, I found you in the vlog. I was like, yeah, I'm walking the wrong way because I'm out. Like, thanks, guys. I made another vlog because it was called Sunrunner Poker, and I made a vlog because we're day 2 of the Mini Maker, and what are the two brothers called with the long black hair? I gone blank, but one of them's on my table, and he opens, and the guy in the small blind like makes a big fuss that he's opened every hand. I was like, you can't say that, like. And he lost his mind at me. Like,
really?
He ends up shoving. The gentleman calls, he doubles up, and then the guy was videoing him. He's like, "Oh, you're a really good stand-up." I was like, he just said, "Oh, you can't open every hand." I was like, "You can't say things like that. It's like 7 people to act." And it made his vlog, and a couple of people watched it. Hi, are there any satellites to the Brisbane flight at the APO? So we have one tomorrow, Liam. Would be great if we can fit one more in. But yeah, we have one tomorrow, which APT have allowed us to host, which is great. So again, thank you very much to Tony and the team. So we're hosting that tomorrow. We're going to be trying to run a lot of flips as well for the satellite, and also just maybe 330 flips into the APO. So yeah, fingers crossed. And I know Liam's just had a baby, or not just.
Oh,
actually.
congrats!
It always seems just when someone's had a baby. It's probably like 4 or 5 months ago, but yeah. I saw him and his partner here today, so congratulations to them.
Well done.
Kathmandu is here, yeah. Jared's wearing his famous green Rungud jumper.
Does Jared change clothes very often, or is he just always in the same kind of...
He very occasionally wears something different when he's not feeling the deep run, you know?
All right. I mean, to be fair, if I ran like him, I wouldn't change clothes either.
Yeah, it is. I think it must be his lucky jumper. I mean, I don't know if any Jared's clothes are unlucky, to be honest, but this one is particularly lucky. It's his superpower jumper.
Yeah. Should I mention that he got there with ace-jack off against Hashem's Kings today, or...?
It doesn't surprise me. We were discussing earlier how much skill and luck is involved. What if you had to give a number or like a percentage of how much luck, it's not like the easiest question, but how much luck compared to skill is poker?
It's very tough. Like, if I'm actually talking to an audience of people here who understand poker, I'm less inclined to actually do it because, you know, I want to be really correct about the number I give. When I'm talking to, like, I don't know, like a taxi driver or something, and I'm trying to explain the difference between chess being a game of complete skill and poker being more of a complete game because there is luck. I like to say it's 80-20, but I think we all know that it's a bit more luck than that, particularly in tournaments. But I think it gets the point across to people that it is a game of skill, but there's luck involved, and what's so great for people to be able to come and enjoy the game is they can beat the best players in the world. You know, if Phil Ivey sits down, let's go. Yeah. We can play. And on, you know, your day, you can get him. And I think that's what really keeps this dream alive to so many people. And yeah, I'm really happy to see the amount of satellites that are happening for APT, APO, everything, and people's getting these chances to win kind of life-changing money.
Yeah, actually, just on that topic, obviously we have our satellite up there again. The chip leader of we've had 3 flights so far. The chip leader of the overall flight, or the overall chip leader at the moment, is Daniel Ptolomeo, who is like a regular in our room, plays all like the 200s, 500s, satellite in for 350, and he's now chip leader, already in the money of a 3K with 400,000 up top, and he's super stoked and excited. So it just shows, you know, like I know APT do the same, APL, there's a lot of those satellites into the Goliath, into the 1Ks and the mains. And yeah, I mean, it keeps the professionals happy because there's people they don't recognize playing, and everybody has a chance, as you say, like you can beat who you think are the best with that small element of luck. And I think that's why the game's just so appealing. Because like, say, a business guy can have that one big run, and that keeps him, you know, like,
if the best player won every time, I don't think anyone would enjoy this.
No, that's very true, which is why we hope Jared busts. I'm joking. Yeah, just the dealers of this series have been tremendous as well. It's obviously the long days, but yeah, I mean, the quality of dealing in Australia has really picked up as well. Yeah, Brian and his team have done a really great job at this series, so... And everyone behind the scenes, I know at the Poker Palace, we have Alex and Kate and I mean, Phoebe's not here actually, but numerous people from Queensland who come and work for us, and they're all great. But yeah, it's great that the freelancers get to move around and get to help run these series so seamlessly. C3 has brought a jacket jumper, I think.
Grandma Hashem has entered the room.
Oh, is that Hashem? Oh wow. You think Tony would give him another jumper? I'd give him some merchandise to wear.
He's got the blanket. Doesn't want to get sick. Look, I will, in his defense, say that there is one particular part of the room where there's like a vent coming down on people, and it's basically above Jared and Joe right now. So,
something's got to cool down that heater. But
Joe's. Wow. Moving on.
There's Norman Chad for you.
He is Norman Chad. Oh no. Yeah, in Joe's defense, he's literally been in that seat just to the left of Jared for most of the day, so I'd be on the verge of chills if I was him as well.
Have some of the best hair of a dealer here, Jacob.
I'm not sure if there's a context. What's Alexander's last name? He has amazing hair as well.
Yes,
Those might be the top 2 male hairs in dealing at the moment.
Yeah, Jacob's a great dealer, and which just shows everyone has a chance. Jacob recently won an event at the WSOP circuit event.
Was it the opening event, or it was towards the start? That's amazing. I think it was about 70, 80K.
Yeah, it was huge.
That's just where you get so excited when dealers do well. I think 4 of them made the final table of this other one here last night, and people were screaming.
I came a mighty 13th in that event. I busted to Princess, who then won.
Oh,
so it was a lot of fun. It's actually really nice. Obviously, I really enjoy that. The fact that they can obviously work in the day, and obviously when the fields go down because people are busted, obviously less need for dealers, and then there's a nice event that they can play in the evening, and it's just a community aspect of it, and yeah, it's really nice. You get to socialise with the dealers, and it's a really nice dynamic that APT have here, and I'm sure other APL or whatever have it, but APT's evening events that are sort of the smaller buy-ins, but fun ones. They had the PLO 5 tonight, and they have the ladies and a tag team tomorrow, so tomorrow will be very loud, I imagine. They have the ladies event and the tag team, so that'll be a lot of fun. And
good events. I'll be in the high-stakes shot clock.
Oh, that's 1 or 2K?
2,200, I believe.
That'd be fun.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on shot clocks? And I ask this for one reason, because I played one recently, and not a big, but it was 20 seconds throughout. And I'm not slow, I don't think anyway, and I found 20 seconds real quick.
I think they have their place, and it can be a little tricky to get the numbers right. I think particularly when you just say pre-flop, for example, on day 1, I don't see too much of a reason that it should be longer, but I would like to see that get extended as the days go on, or just even for the FT, because that's when there's a lot of ICM decisions that really do require to look at the other stacks, and it's not just about looking at your hand and thinking about it in a chip EV response. You're going to want to think about everything. How am I making money here? And it does take a lot of time to compute, and there's barely any post-flop as well at those points sometimes, depending on the event. So, look, my short answer is I think they have a time and place. My longer answer is I think they need to be appropriately used.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, we just had the...
I think World Series of Poker could use them quite desperately.
Yeah, I agree. It's a tricky one. I think there's some people that are definitely slower than others, or like just not TV time's not the right word because this stream's been very quick. But yeah, there's spots where I think the ones are like, as you say, pre-flop where maybe unopened it's very short, and then if it's opened there is some weird dynamics. I know.
Pre-flop unopened on day 1, dude, 15 seconds max. I think like
you know what you're opening, you're not opening. It doesn't take 15 seconds. But if there's been an open,
it should be like 3 times that.
Maybe 30 seconds is fine. Then obviously it gets. I think progressive on streets, but then you do get some tough.
I like to be lenient with the numbers, particularly as someone who likes to take his time as well. Admittedly. We've got an interesting hand here. So Adam has
went limp cut off pre.
Right. Okay. Interesting. So he's raised a limp. Interesting to see the limp with Ace-4 suited pre here.
He's going to be in a bit of trouble here, though.
30 blinds effective. I think we'd always want to just be opening this.
Yeah.
And even if we were limping it, it's probably a hand that we could potentially limp re-raise with against someone like Adam late position on the bottom.
That's what the kids love, the suited wheel aces, huh?
Well, it's a little bit even different when you start with a limp. I don't think too many of us are doing that at this depth.
It's a fairly good turn card average not to lose a lot of money on. If it was a low wheel card or a heart, he's probably going to lose a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what size Adam goes for. If only I was as good at commentating at poker as commentating. That wouldn't be difficult. Yes, the dealer is Sati. The Sati even is dealer up. Dale Patterson's self-claimed best dealer in Sydney. You won't hear me disagreeing though. So yeah, he's gone for 70. And he's called very quickly. If this is a low river,
the quick call, I'm not going to give up, kid, kind of sort of response I find.
Turn was good. The river's bad for him because now he obviously chops with a lot of aces. I imagine this goes check, all in, and then big decision.
Agreed.
Yeah, as you said, if he just opens the hand pre, it probably plays a lot different. He could even 4-bet jam, but then he's, you know, maybe he just finds the raise fold pre, or he's going to be in a world of pain when Adam puts him all in. My friend Jason in the chat. There was a lot of excitement around a hand he played yesterday in the mini main. He got in kings versus jacks, and the door cop was a jack.
Oh no!
And then river king.
Oh!
While all his friends and rail were surrounding him.
Yeah, that would be a great one to have the rail for.
He's,
good on him. I like Jason.
I think he's gone small. I think he hasn't gone.
He hasn't jammed. It's interesting. I don't really get it. I mean, what, you want to leave him with 3 bigs just so that he feels like he's not calling off for his tournament life would be my guess at the thought process. But you do have to wonder if someone's doing that with their bluffs as well, to be honest.
I think he's calling, is my perception of his body language.
Right,
I think the Adam reputational...
but I'm not sure if the 3 bigs would have changed that. So I'm still talking about Adam's side, to be honest. But yeah, Ridge is in a tricky spot, and it's hard when the board pairs like that and you're chopping with so many aces.
Leaves for an interesting dynamic too from the money though, that now he's got 3 bigs. And
wow, yeah.
Obviously we're not entirely sure of the stacks on our table apart from what we saw on our feature, but makes it interesting now. Yeah, Adam now in chip leader on this table at least anyway. Yeah, it's interesting. It's sometimes like that live theory is that someone won't call their whole stack, but like when you can't decide what size to bet on the river and you're bluffing, it's just go all in because people are scared to call all in. But if you do anything else, it's like, well, he's not all in. I've got chips behind, so maybe that was the logic Adam went for.
I think Gary Lynn did something very similar to Josh McCulley in the 25K, and Josh ended up spinning it and coming fourth after he left him with like 2 or 3 bigs. And
who won that 25K?
Oh, it's fading my mind, you know. Do you remember? Oh, it was a good tournament. I'll tell you that.
There was some good player that used to play at the Poker Palace. There was 2 good players that used to play at the Poker Palace a lot.
Yeah, that's true.
Yourself and Utah. That was that was an incredible event by APT and the TLPT. That was
very excited to get
the 25 and 10K were the numbers were incredible. Obviously,
so many people came traveling as well. I really think for the first time they ran it, it's a great foundation. That's only going to get bigger, and really excited to see what TLPT is going to be doing in Australia this year in conjunction with APT.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be really interesting. I mean, that event was obviously a huge success in terms of the TL. I mean, all of it, but the TLPT was a particular success. Obviously, the 10K got 100, I think, didn't it? I think it got 100. The 10K
and, something like that. Naj won it for 250, I think.
And the 25 caught, how many did the 25
I think it was about 70, so not too different.
70 and a limousine driver.
And the limousine driver.
Yeah.
I was on the hand where he doubled through Jungleman.
Oh, that was great.
Yeah, it was an unforgettable hand, to say the least.
That is I heard about it. It was very funny.
Here we go. Adam and Mike battling. Can't see Mike just check folding to a C-bet here.
Yeah, Mike's another one of those players who, fights every pot, so.
Interesting turn here, King of Spades. Oh, sorry, forgive me. I did think Adam was holding a 10 of Spades. It's a 10 of Clubs.
I think Michael wins the showdown. Let's see.
Yeah. Mike's going to have way more flushes in his range than Adam. So it makes sense for this turn card to go check when Mike doesn't lead, and 4s isn't going to be a hand that wants to do that either. Pretty standard. I think they killed some of the audio when I was playing on there earlier. I don't know what the reason was, but
maybe because Josh Mack in the they had enough audio from Josh Mack for 2 days in the grind.
Sorry, Amber, we couldn't afford that many bleeping over the course of the day. It would have just been bleeping the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, I was on the feature table for the grind with Jared, Hussein, and Josh. Obviously, who won. It was a lot of fun. I sat there watching. I hardly played a hand, but it was a lot of fun. A lot of trash talk and yeah,
good.
It was really good. I think it's a close balance between commentary and audio. Like it's tricky, right? Because when the audio is like really like high in level, or I mean like loud but like interesting. It's very difficult to know as a commentator at which point to butt in and say something, or you just let the table talk. And
Completely agree. It really comes down to what you have. Obviously, right now, we can't hear the players, so I think it's important for us to be engaging with the chat, talking to each other, having a banter, but you look at maybe a situation like those Poker After Dark episodes where Ali was like silent, most of the way through it because we were so interested in hearing like Helmuth talk to Ivy or Negranu, So, it's like you said, it's about picking your spots.
One of the greatest moments was when he was just talking trash and what's the name just says, shut the F up. He was just so, he was like, Ali, shut up. Yeah, they're a great, I think they're a great partnership, Ali and Nick.
I remember.
Yeah, it was so funny. And obviously he was
talking about yoga or something.
Here. With his 2 big blinds, that's a pretty unfortunate.
That's like
club,
as hard as you can possibly get coolered with 2 bigs.
Backdoor hearts, backdoor clubs.
It's not over yet.
Or the 10 jack run out. That's what I'm going for. The 10 jack run out for the chop.
Ambitious. Wow, you found the chop run out.
Yeah. Oh,
okay, all right.
He's got a dream.
A big shot of life.
Ooh, probably doesn't beat a full house.
No.
So I believe that brings us down to 15. So we are on the bubble.
I feel bad for Ridge. Those A-side boards that paired just got him.
Yeah, it's an interesting hand. Obviously, I think you probably reflect on the hand and of different ways he could have played it. So it was certainly an interesting one.
I may have busted with that hand myself. Just it probably would have happened in a way where I open, Adam 3-bets me, and I jam.
Yeah. And Adam had a good hand again.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Okay.
Sorry, short interlude while we were...
Will was yelling at me.
While we were being drama queens and asking for some drinks in this place,
Yeah, they're depriving us of any kind of hydration here.
Shut us away in a
The
cupboard.
players you're taking care of, but commentators not been.
Shut in a cupboard like Harry Potter we've been.
Get you a bottle of vodka, is that right?
Yes, please.
Just one bottle?
Yeah, wow. Wow, that'll be some fun commentary. I think we get some good views if we do that.
I'll tell you what,
Jeez,
that should be a new
an
thing,
idea,
right?
Yeah.
They should do that. They should do commentary and you have to have a drink every time something happens in a hand and then see how drunk people get at the end. There's a golf version.
I think we've got a market.
There's a golf version of that. I'm good. Where you have a shot every hole. And it's like, obviously, a golf being 18 holes, you have to have like a
I
shot
trust
or
the
a drink
English
every
to have
hole.
these games.
Yeah. it was originally called the Red Bull Challenge. You'd have it started where you'd like get to the hot 14th hole, and you had to shot 2 vodka Red Bulls and then play the last 4 holes, right? With your
Oh,
heart,
wow. You
the
do that in
heart race.
Vegas, you'll go bankrupt from the Red Bulls.
Yeah, that's so true, yeah. But yeah, now they've just turned it into like it's a game created by the Scots who do enjoy drink, so.
Oh, wow, yeah. More than you guys, which is rare.
Yeah. Not as much as the Irish, though.
No. You would know that better than most.
This is this could be an interesting pot, Maddox. There is a card we are thinking of for this turn. Not that I'm biased to either, but there will be a very exciting turn card.
5
It's possible.
parts.
Oh, there's a heart. Might be a turn. Could still be action on this turn. Not a huge amount, but probably a bet and a call. Maddox has his chips nicely patterned. What are your thoughts on? Are you a neat chip stack guy, or just,
these days I actually learnt this from David Peters at Vegas this year. I saw him like cutting down his 25Ks all into 4s rather than stacking them in 20s. And he'd still answer if someone asked him for a count, but like you never needed to ask him. And I think it's a nice thing for players to do that. And it also, like, if you feel uncomfortable in the middle of hand saying how much you have, I think it's helpful for both parties. You know.
I think people are very overprotective of, like, they think, oh, he's trying to find information.
He's trying to find a read or something. It's like, no, I just want to know what you have.
Always make sure your stack is visible, and if someone asks, just tell them.
I used to play a lot of cash at Bellagio, and they'd use the dollar bills, and I'd be like, bruh, I'm sorry, I have to ask you again. These old guys who get so upset at me. It's like, I told you 3 hands ago. I'm like, you doubled up?
I've got $77 bills, buddy.
I'm glad they don't do it anymore. Chips are much easier to see, and I quite like the chips APT has in playing here. It's very clear.
They're very clear, yeah. That's one thing I, obviously, we've been thinking about because we're streaming a lot of the APO, but the differentiation in colors and the glare of colors on streams. Sometimes it can be super tricky, whereas this is very good, very clear. But yeah, I think that's crucial to good viewing.
Yeah.
I believe Didier is leaving us in a moment because his beloved Socceroos are.
I'm sorry, I love everyone on this final table, but I'm just a hardcore Socceroos guy.
So we will be supporting. Is it Syria?
Syria is who we're playing. Who sound like a team who we should be beating, but we very much struggled last time. Anyway,
this is that's what's the Asian Cup. Or?
Yeah, it's like our Euros.
Yeah, try and do as well as the English. Always let
Shouldn't
down.
be too hard.
Yeah, that's
just lose on penalties.
Oh,
anyway, Jared, 3-betting here. This is my thing where I needle England and I cut you off with the commentary. Ace King 3-bets.
Is Adam going to be spicy with the King 9 off?
I very much doubt it.
Yeah. Best of luck in your shot clock tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Will I be seeing you there?
I will be busy running the APO Satellite 8Cs guaranteed at 3 p.m.
Very important in its own right. Very important in its own right. I will be at your next APO main flight in Sydney. I think it's 1D or it might. Yeah, okay, 1D.
We just call it D. Yeah.
Yeah. Or is D here now, or is that like just Queensland?
Like Queensland.
Right. Okay.
QLD,
so thing, yeah.
QLD,
right.
and then D. Yeah.
I'll see you for D, and really looking forward to the APO this year. You guys have been pretty ambitious with your schedule, honestly.
Schedule and guarantees. Yeah. If you see me outside Woolies with a cap, you'll know it didn't go well.
I was talking to Lauren about your 20K and thrilled to see a guarantee. APT / I should say TLPT had a guarantee on that 25K, 20 buy-ins, 500K, or in your instance 400K, and I really, really think that it gets people to sit down and play. Like, there was no one waiting around to see how the tournament was. It was just people were in, let's go, that's guaranteed. So I'm very hopeful for you guys. I'll be in there myself, hopefully for only 1 bullet.
I'll be more than happy if we follow in half of the PLPT or TLPT's footsteps.
Well, you're competing with like WPT Voyage, so anyone thinking of going to that, stay in Australia. There's a competitive series with literally probably a bigger prize pool
for 5K USD when you can play a 3,300 AUD 1 million guarantee.
I also can't leave if I like get cool, like just a really bad 2-outer. I'm stuck on the boat.
I wonder if anyone's ever jumped off a boat tilted as
a poker cruise.
Yeah,
might be dangerous.
Yeah, lost to the sharks and swims with the sharks. Dale Patterson said bye, Dids.
Yeah, bye, Dale.
We're going to miss him.
I will stick around for probably this hand, and then I'll be taking off. This looks exciting. Jason opening Ace King suited under the gun. Flat with Eskimo Joe Hashim. I only just noticed that. Grandma Joe.
This is going to be an all-in call, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
This is, Jason can not do anything but jam.
Yeah, he doesn't have the stack depth to just flat here. Nor would we really ever be flatting Ace King suited here.
This is going to be a big one. It's going to be what's he got, 400? It's going to be like a 900k flip on the bubble.
Yeah.
I mean, I know some people that
Jason
might
probably
make a really
would
tight
be
fold,
looking around the room as well. Probably just saying like, am I the shortest? Who's shorter than me?
I know a few people that might find some insane flat or fold here, but I think Jason will just go with it. He plays... yeah. Goes the jam. Probably not.
Dennis won't be folding. No risk premium for him.
Yeah. Won't be over the moon, but obviously you have to put the chips in. But we are on the bubble, so we have to wait for the other table to finish.
Of course. In the meantime, I'll get to this question by Craig. Always a really good question by Craig, by the way. No bad questions from Craig. I don't know is the answer, but I do know that the jurisdiction of the boat changes from the region that it goes into. So, like, if you committed a crime, depending where you are, it could be in Jamaica, it could be the Bahamas and stuff like that. So I would imagine, for the most part, the US taxpayers are paying the same amount of tax as they are. Could be a little tricky for internationals, but I would imagine leaving from Miami and returning to Miami, it's quote-unquote a US tournament.
That's an interesting one. Imagine if you
I'm not sure,
you start day one in a tournament, and then the boat moves, and by day 3, you win the tournament.
Sorry, 30% more tax in Jamaica, bro.
Yeah, so we just lost Jason and Nan there in, I believe, 16th. So we are... Oh, we're on the stone bubble now.
Unlucky Jason. Just a
Nothing
pure cooler there.
Have to win your flips in tournaments.
Yeah.
Probably what Jared's telling him now. Jared's probably saying, you know, I've never lost that flip. 16 left in a 2.5K.
He's laughing at him too. He's like,
I've got my lucky jump
I'd never
on.
even sweat that.
I'd never lose that.
Yeah. Anyway, I hope that was a good answer to your question, Craig, and everyone else. Dale, Embo, Michael, Noel, everyone who's been popping in with questions. Great to hear from you guys. I will leave you in the safe and confident hands of Will. And amazing, Lauren is taking my place, so I'm not leaving you guys with anyone who isn't better than this than I am. And thanks for listening to me, guys. Appreciate it.
Best of luck tomorrow, and I hope the Socceroos
you too.
win.
Thanks, man. Bye.
Yeah, so we have my my partner and my boss, Lauren Mooney, who is part owner of the APO. It's just come into the booth. So any APO-related Poker Palace questions, please fire them off in the chat, and we will do our best to answer them.
Only serious questions, though, for the boys.
Oh, Emran said it's tax-free. Yeah, Emran actually was, unfortunately, our bubble boy in the last APO flight after satelliting in. So fingers crossed he wins another seat and gets through to day 2. Yeah, tax-free for AU, so that's good. Janet said hello. Hopefully you'll both.
Hi, Janet. See you tomorrow.
Hopefully both be in the ladies' event after you win your seat tomorrow, Janet.
None. No, I'm sober. There's no drinks
We're on a
today.
business. We're on a business trip.
Only professional.
Yeah, Embo. There's some odd poker couples, and Daniel Embleton and Mike Oscar are definitely one of them. One's always in the other's shadow. So Eskimo Joe Hashem with his lovely blanket has just called Adam Commons raise. Great to have a Hashem on the final 2 tables. Oh, we are actually in the money. We lost 2 players in the last hand, so we're now in the money. So we have a Hashem in the money of the 2.5K Goliath. All the usual faces still in. Mike Maddox, Adam Carmen, Hashem, Jared Thatcher, Linsky. So yeah, it's a who's who of the last 14. And I imagine when the final table starts, it'll be a very loaded final table. Greg's in the chat, obviously on a break from dealing.
Oh, where'd he go?
Lauren's been pulled away by Tony Hashem. They're going to have a look around the room, a tour around the premises, but she will be back shortly.
I scared her off, Will.
You did, you did.
Unfortunately, get Harvey back instead of Lauren. But I suppose the saving grace is we're not using the camera. So if the camera was on,
The
Lauren,
fan base would drop
Lauren,
down.
you'd be in, I'm telling you.
How many entries? Which, what entries into what are you referring to? Sorry, Jono.
How many entries?
I guess if you mean the satellite tomorrow, it's unlimited entries for 6 levels. If you don't mean that, then
If you mean this, there was 118. If you're talking about this event.
just on the top right of the screen, we have 14 left. So we just made the money. Jason and Nan just busted in a big flip here. So
Jeez, we went pretty quickly from 20 odd, 19 odd to the money, didn't we?
Adam Carmen won a big pot against our our mystery man that we didn't know much about. He got very unlucky. He had a set against ace. Adam had a set against his ace high, or top pair, sorry. Jason and Ann just lost a massive flip to bubble, and so it's the so I was saying it's the usual names left in. Adam Carmen, obviously Hashem, Maddox. Oh yeah, top right of the screen for you, Jono. Yeah, so 14 left out of 118. Graphic, very handy graphic to have. All in the money. They don't look excited. Just another day in the office for most of them, man.
I'll explain to you why they're not excited. Look at Joe Hashem. He's got a hoodie and a doona on, and that's why they're not excited. They're freezing.
It's such a fine balance, though, between being like we have this problem in my poker room all the time of being too cold or too warm. Like what's better and what's worse? Like it's so hard to find a mid because obviously as the room fills up, obviously it heats up. So then you put the aircon on high, then people will bust, and most aircon can like in a huge room like this isn't like amazing, shall we say, or like we can't set the room to a temperature.
Well, especially here, we sort of said to them, if you can't set it to a temperature, 5 minutes on the blow, on the cold air conditioning, and 25 minutes off, just every half hour. But that's a hard thing to do because people can't really set it to that. Now, I haven't been in here, but I've got to assume from the chat that you two blokes did a pretty good job, Didier and yourself.
Yeah, I think Didier is probably one of the best player commentators in Australia. To be fair, he has such a good understanding of the game. Like I see so many people talk to Didier from like Aiden Attenborough, who's come second in the World Series main event, to just the local player that's playing a $100 game, and he has the same amount of time for both, and he just dissects the game so well, and he can make it so simple, but yet he knows so much. So he's he's a must-have in every commentary booth if he's in the room. But he clearly loves soccer more than he loves poker today.
Yes, he's. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to watch because I'm going to watch the same thing as him shortly. But thanks for you guys carrying the fort. We had Didier do a fair bit of commentating for us in Sydney, and got a really good reception. Liam as well. Liam was in for a fair bit. Liam Juha.
Okay, yeah. He came to the Palace Series very recently. Yeah. Very knowledgeable. Yeah, very entertaining, actually.
Yeah.
He's quite a quirky character. He's very interesting. I know you had Josh Mack in. That would have obviously been entertaining.
Well, he's coming back for the final table. Just saw him outside, Josh. Very, very keen.
He was playing they had a 5K sit and go upstairs.
He's out.
Oh. Well, hopefully my friend Raymond is not.
No, he's not. So there's still, I just passed that table up there, and they found a little spot in the mezzanine. There's a little crowd watching them too.
Yeah, just the chip counts count there just shows what a great structure this is. The shortest stack on this table in the money is Jared Thatcher, and he has like 45 big blinds.
Yeah.
So I mean, this is going to be a long. This is finishing. This isn't finishing tonight, right?
It is. It's supposed to.
Oh, we're just going to play till late, so they say.
Well, we did that last night with the grind, unfortunately, and that's a long night for us. Hang on.
Jared's finished. He's taken off the lucky jumper. He's taken off the lucky hat.
Well,
showing the six packs to everybody.
That's because the air conditioning's been off for a while. You can see that Joe's lost the doona as well. Oh, Eskimo Joe Hashem.
Yeah,
yeah, smart.
We saw that. if you just missed it, he was wearing a lovely blanket. He's now taken it off, so it looks a little weird, but yeah, he's got his lovely APT merch on there.
Well done to Maddie, our producer here, who's obviously on the money with the nicknames. We still didn't find out why Dipper is Dipper, but
he's still in actually. So hopefully we can go into the field later and find out.
The most famous Dipper in Australia is actually an ex-AFL footballer, Robert Dippier Domenico, whose nickname's Dipper. I'd be surprised if it's got anything to do with that.
So yeah, Jackie Tice just put up the payouts. They have the. I saw this was promoted a couple of days ago. The high roller series that APT are going to be running again. So I think I can't read that. Top 5 will be getting a 750 ticket to that event. They've run a really good promotion, obviously, where. Oh, Jared, this could be an interesting hand.
Yeah.
Jared versus Norman. Button versus Big Blind. Jared with the goods so far. If Norman flops a set, he will probably bust Jared in this part, would be my guess. But this is Jared Thatcher, so it comes Queen 8-2. Probably go, I think Norman will probably call flop bet for sure. I think it's too early to fold a 4s, especially when he has a spade in his hand. Thatcher with the washboard abs, yeah.
He's also got the kings.
Yeah, and also has a spade, so Norman in a world of pain.
You're right.
If this board pairs or comes a low card, I think he might lose another street first, Jared. This is a good card for Norman. This, again, will probably go check bet, and then I think Norman will probably fold the turn. Very hard for Norman to get to the river and win with his hand here. If he had an 8-9 or an 8-10, obviously maybe he calls with the third pair and he can improve, whereas the 4s it's very difficult for him to improve. It's going check check, and the river's probably going to go check check. So Norman lost pretty much the minimum in this hand. There's a small chance Jared finds a very small river bet to try and get value from a queen or a jack. Maybe goes 40 or 50,000 just to try and get. 75. He's gone half pot. I don't think Norman will call.
Feels like he's begging for a call with that bet, doesn't he? And out goes Naman.
Another pot for Jared. So do we have any other information on the APT High Roller Series, or it's just the released and the ticket release promotion?
I'm hoping by the end of this week we'll have a lot more around schedules, and we're talking Adelaide as well. So yeah, I'm sure Tony Hasham's pretty keen to get that schedule out, and Josh Monk, they want to start to work on that. So hopefully soon.
Very exciting. A lot of high stakes coming to Sydney, so Sydney alone, but Australia. So it's very exciting. I know Star just released another series. So yeah, there's as there was last year, there's even more this year. A lot of poker going on.
And I know one of the huge aims is to try and find a way to do something in Melbourne.
Yeah.
We're obviously running a different set of rules down there, and it makes it very difficult. But
I did see they're opening the Empire Poker Room.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Not much detail around that yet, but yeah.
We have a few Melbourne players begging us to have a flight there, but it's, as we said, we've look into the logistics. It's very tough.
Yep.
There's Greg, one of Sydney's finest dealers on the rail, Greg. Hopefully they're not sending on to the feature.
Dale's
We're not ready for that entertainment.
Dale's asking about Perth. Yeah, we're hearing that here a little bit too. I think we want to get everywhere. I think people who've come and seen the series in Sydney and now here would love to have it in their home states. I think Adelaide's going to be very exciting, not just coming there, but I think where we're talking about doing it, still a little bit to go there, but probably, I shouldn't say too much, should I?
Yeah, it's very tricky, right? Because you probably know more. And
I
it's like you
do.
don't
I
want
know
to,
a little bit. I do know a little bit. I don't think, again, speaking out of school, when I say late next month.
You're like one of those celebrity, like the movie people that do like an interview. Like I don't know if they have the same thing over here. We have like the Jonathan Ross show, the Graham Norton show, and they say the guy from Marvel's the best one. He always just says something he's not supposed to say. It's like the no filter.
Yeah, I got in a bit of trouble yesterday, so I've got to be a bit careful what I say.
On your final warning.
Yeah, that wasn't about leaking schedules.
Yeah,
that was
orbit penalty. Yeah, the can do's and can't do's is tough on these streams, right?
I think we just want to have everything locked in, and don't want to then have people come and say, "Oh, well, I thought it was happening here, I heard it." So yeah, we want to lock it away, but definitely going to be a really interesting schedule, and lots of poker, lots and lots of poker.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, Liam. Since Hashem management group has taken over, not that I was derogatory of AVT beforehand, but they've taken, leaps and bounds. I know the structures and the schedules, reducing the rake, obviously that TLBT series, the partnerships obviously made with ourselves and Stacked, are the only ones I'm aware of. There might be more, but yeah, they're doing a great job. Tony's they've got a great team behind them. Obviously the stream as well. They're really boosting poker. Partnerships can only boost poker overall, so yeah, they're doing a great job. I played the grind, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a really good tournament. I've always thought it was one of their better events, and yeah. They used to, when I used to play these events, when I first played the ABTs after COVID, I was always like, there's just too much going on. I think it's such a fine balance between too much and too little, because they used to have the huge amount of self-dealt games. There'd be like 300 people in the room, and it was just chaos. I think from a mid to high stakes point of view, the structure schedules now are really good at APT. And then they have the smaller buy-ins in the evening. They have one at like midday and one in the evening, and it gives people that can't play in the daytime a chance to play in the evening. And obviously late Red Joe and most of the bigger buy-in events you can also get in the evening. So yeah, it's very tough because obviously Australia doesn't have a huge amount of professional poker players. There's a lot of business guys. Even like Jared Thatcher's a great example. Jared works for a living, but also plays a lot of poker. So can't always play at a venue at 1, 2, 3 in the afternoon and take days off work. So it's very. We have the same issue in Sydney. There's a lot of business owners and people that play poker, but obviously business comes first. So finding that schedule to make sure they can play as many events as they like and not finish too late, so they can get in and there's plenty of play, and it's a fine balance.
So glad the camera's not on. I've organised actually to get a massage while we're sitting here in the booth. It's probably not ideal, but I reckon we'll go for it.
I thought Didier was a diva, but look at this.
I just don't get a chance to do it. What do you think? Can we do?
Gary and his team are here, so
maybe I need to get Gary.
Maybe leave in a few minutes
on the microphone. I'll get Gary on the microphone now.
Yeah. I was about to leave anyway because I'm going to run some flips. So. So I'm going to.
We're going to get replaced.
I'm going to say goodbye and hand you over to one of Sydney's up-and-coming superstars, Josh Baraba, one of the best-looking poker players in Sydney, that's for sure. So yeah, hopefully see you all at the Satellite tomorrow. 350 buy-in at 3 p.m. 8 APO seats, so 8 $3,300 seats guaranteed tomorrow. So hopefully I'll see you all guys there, and then at the Ferns on the 27th. And until then, everyone enjoy, and let's hope someone from Sydney wins the FT.
Thanks for popping in, Will, and also a little bit more than popping in. He stayed here for a little bit. That was lots of fun for that time with Diggy there. But I think Josh is going to come in and join me. We're still figuring out if I'm going to get a massage here while we're while we're talking. Josh, lovely to see you.
How are you, mate?
With your
Good.
Backpack off. So Harvey Sylvain here now with Josh. We've seen some great poker. You're going to get a chance to take us all the way through to the final table, hopefully. And the other Josh, J-Mac's going to come in, I think, on the final table. So
is he?
That could be fun. Now,
that'll be entertaining.
Take us away, sir. I'm going to turn my headphone off while I get myself ready for a little massage. And I will promise that we won't switch the commentary booth camera on while I'm getting that, okay?
Yeah.
Because we don't want to lose all our viewers.
Yeah, 100%. Keep that shirt on, please. Good to see a couple of Sydney grinders in the chat. Dale Patterson. Always a pleasure reading your comments, mate. Don't know how I've been roped in here, Jai. Welcome back.
Now, Josh, if you hear me groaning and moaning, it's only because I'm getting a rub.
They are very good here, aren't they? The masseuses?
Yeah, so
And Gary?
Gary and his team, and the masseuses and Gary. Yeah, Gary and his team do a great job. Have you been watching much of this?
Not much, no. I just was just playing a tournament and decided I'm going to go on break.
Okay.
Permanent break.
Permanent break.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Copying a bit of stick here in the comments, that's for sure. From a couple of
Now you're back with me
friends.
now. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
They just want you to talk a bit more. I like it.
Yeah.
So Naman bets out there with the king.
The dog
takes it down.
The dog.
There's our chip stack, mate.
Wow.
Adam's been up top almost the whole time that
Yeah.
I've been watching this.
I think
hours and hours.
I think he had that when Rego was still open, actually.
Yeah.
He's definitely been crushing today. Big Adam.
I will not groan and moan too much.
Moment again. Open the King Queen O.
You saw a lot of him yesterday.
Yeah, we played a lot yesterday, me and him together in the grind.
That was some event, the grind, wasn't it? And
Yeah, it
playing
was.
all the way through till 2 in the morning and then coming back for heads up.
Yeah. Would have been a very interesting battle. Missed it this afternoon.
Yeah, they played about 45 minutes, I reckon.
right.
Heads up.
A lot of speech play.
Yeah, the boys obviously know each other extremely well.
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of side bets on there as well. And we had J Mac in for a fair while today. He obviously enjoyed the win and the $53,000 prize.
Yeah, he bowled fantastic, Dale. Josh Hazelwood.
He did.
Very good player. Learned from the best.
Tell you what, if we're going to move into other sports, they've had a shocker of a summer, the Australian Cricket Board, haven't they, with 2 very weak teams out here and tests going for 3 days.
Yeah, it does happen quite a bit, though, when it's not like an Ashes series, but the English come out here and do the same thing. Let's get pummeled all over the park.
Our producer, Matt's just walked back in. Matt, if you turn on the camera, you're done. It'll be the last thing you do.
You wouldn't. We'll just press mute on the microphone. Bit of deep tissue going on. Carmen with the 2 sevens.
Here we go.
Big pot brewing. Beautiful chip stacks from Maddox there.
She's the cracking going on in my shoulder here. I think I'm under about as much pressure as Maddox here with the ace king. 3 bets it.
Adam will definitely be seeing 3. Not going to be folding this.
We are trying to get the table mics up for you.
Yeah, I thought there was.
Yeah.
It's just not working at the moment, is it?
Yeah, it must have just switched off, but we'll get it done.
Well, Noel Jubbo, you're definitely number one in my book. There are a lot of good players, especially at this table right now. Adam Carmen and Jared Thatcher definitely make a good case of being in the top 4. A great case, some would say.
You would have played against a lot of these guys, I'd gather.
Yep. A lot against Adam and Jared, especially. Always make it tough for you.
So Maddox hit his ace.
Interesting turn.
Adams just keeps getting over cards coming out on the board.
Gut shot now. See Maddox size up here. Ooh.
It's an interesting check. Allows him to see a freebie. But
all players remaining in the Goliath, please return to your seats.
Top 4 biggest pests in Australian poker.
okay, outside of me, who are the other 3?
Biggest pest. I want to say my good friend Neng Zhao, who I went to Vegas with. Definitely an interesting character and can rub some people the wrong way. Daniel Hamilton, yep, that'll be number 2. He's actually my coach at the moment, Daniel Hamilton, so he'll love that little shout out. Michael O'Grady would have to be up there.
Michael's bet 100K here.
Adam might bluff at this. A lot more 9s, 5s.
So the muck.
Eskimo Joe Hasham, I've just seen that. Did you put that in?
He had a doona on before when the air
it.
conditioning was on.
I didn't see it covering his legs just as I walked up. Has he getting involved much, Joe?
No, he's playing typical Joe. Doesn't seem to get too many cards, but always seems to have chips.
Yeah. Must be nice.
Seriously, we watched him in the grind on this table yesterday. I reckon we played one hand in 2 hours. He just got the worst hands. I had breakfast with him this morning. He said that's about the worst run of cards he's ever had.
Yeah, right.
He had Jack 8 4 hands in a row.
Natural 8, I think it's a pretty good hand.
Well, he didn't play any of them. And then he got one hand and he had one win, picked up some chips and still finished up with more chips than he'd started with. So we're talking about how important patience is in this game. And I don't think anybody shows more of that than him.
Bullets.
Maddox just hoping someone's got something.
Is there a better feeling than peeling those 2 aces?
Sam, come along.
Check, check. Oh, small bet.
Go. It's interesting because Sam's hit the jack and what's he going to do here? Small bet, Josh.
Yep.
Begging for a call.
Hard to bet big when you block all the good hands. I want to continue. Just be a bet fold here.
If he keeps it
small,
tidy here, Sam might have a look. He might think the jack.
Little half pot maybe.
Yeah.
110 by the looks of it.
Look at him.
He wants the call, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. But he gave him that look.
Yeah.
And it goes.
Good fold.
It was a good fold. Donkey like me probably would have called that.
Got to learn, mate. No one bluffs on rivers.
Yeah.
Especially not Daniel Embleton. If he's betting a river, put your hand straight in the muck.
What have you played here so far, Josh?
Mostly everything.
Like most people.
Yeah. Been very active. Getting to bed late, waking up late. It's been great.
It's a pretty good setup, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really nice place, really nice venue. Food's great upstairs. Hotel's nice.
Yeah, I've been warned about tomorrow night in the pub, though. Apparently goes
yeah.
absolutely mental on
we
Friday night.
When we got here Saturday, we tried to get in. It was pumping at about 1:30. Might have to find out tomorrow night how busy it gets.
I was told that Friday night's a little bit more mature and Saturday night's very young. That's what I've been told, but...
Well, I'll see you Friday and Saturday then.
I love it. We are talking about the Eaton's Hill Hotel. We're about half an hour drive outside of Brisbane. Fantastic setup here. In addition to the poker room, we've got the actual accommodation for us interstate visitors attached here. Great rooms. The pub is enormous. The bistro there is fantastic. I've eaten there nearly every night.
Yeah,
great
really,
steaks
really
and pastas. Some, like anyone cares, but probably some of the best ribs I've had ever
I might
upstairs.
have to try the ribs.
Yeah,
Warm
very
yet.
good. And we've even got a Woolies attached here, so you can do a bit of shopping for the room. Bottle shop next door. I haven't been there, of course.
I've been staying away from there.
Yeah.
Just,
So no, it's a really good setup. So Dennis has nines in the hijack here.
Haven't seen much of Dennis.
No.
Where's he from? Do you know?
No, I don't.
That's a good question for you. Does the APT ever come to Victoria?
So we were just having that chat with Will before he came out of the box. Unfortunately, the laws down in Victoria are very different to the rest of Australia. We cannot run an event like this at the moment, but I can tell you that that is very much on the agenda and trying to find a way to do it. I mean, we've really missed great tournament poker since the Aussie Millions wrapped up. It was such a fantastic event and atmosphere down at Crown for that couple of weeks over the Australian Open. There is some talk that the Aussie Millions may come back next year. Crown's changed the poker room down there. They've moved it from down in the basement. It's now upstairs on the second level. And I haven't been there myself, I've got to be honest. I used to go so often to Crown. I just don't play poker there anymore. And there's a lot of nice little home games around the place in Melbourne. So, yeah, it's definitely on the agenda to try and get something up in Victoria, find a way to work with the laws, because I don't think we can circumvent them. But yeah, try and work with the laws to get an event down there. Adelaide looks like it's definitely on. Perth is in the discussion. And, you know, definitely Sydney and Brisbane are really established weeks that go off, as we're finding here this week. There's so many players and so many events. Oh, Joe's got the doona back on it. They must put the air conditioning back on it there.
Freezing. Jared won't be folding here.
It's a good flop for nines, isn't it?
Yeah. Even better turn.
Now it's a better board for nines. I think Joe's going to...
Pretty,
it's just that, I suppose, the flush draw. Would Jared be at all worried about that?
I guess Joe's going to bet a lot of flush draw, like all his flush draws on the flop, but he might take a bigger sizing on that board. Well, probably should with his hand. 2 overs and a... I think Jared starts to check this turn. And then... Very Thatcher-like turn, yes, Liam Murray. I was just thinking that.
Is it any coincidence that good players seem to get good cards?
Yeah. Found the call. A lot of interesting rivers here.
Oh, my goodness, mate.
Just 2 pair. 2 pairs of nines for Jared Thatcher.
I think that's the first 4 of a kind I've seen on the feature table. They have a smile, they have a laugh. Joe's happy, probably lost the minimum there.
Yep.
Has lost a bit of his stack now, Joe. He's the short stack here, which is not really that short.
They're
to
still
be
very
honest.
deep, aren't they?
Yep.
Really, really great structure of this tournament, the Goliath. Always so much fun playing it.
Josh, I'm falling in love with my masseuse here. I'm trying to keep this on track, but
I think
she's
you've done a
doing an
great
amazing
job so far,
Oh,
mate.
I've just, you know.
Wouldn't even know you're getting a massage. I'm sitting right next to you.
It's you talked about getting up late and playing till late. So we got the same sort of job here, except today did start early because the guys came back for heads up in the grind at 2 o'clock. So meant to be in early afternoon. Normally the stream commentary starts about 6, but we got in early, and that was great to commentate. It was really good to see 2 mates, but 2 very good players going up against each other. And Jesse just got a little short in the end and finished up pushing in with an ace-8, and Josh had an ace-jack, and that was all she wrote.
That's it. Well-deserved win. Played outstanding yesterday.
And he was pretty short at various times, Josh. He fought back. That was good to see.
Definitely has the heart and commitment. Heard he made a really insane call with Queen High yesterday on the stream.
Yeah, that's the one everyone's talking about.
Yeah, what a crazy hand that is.
Still think the favourite one we all saw was Johnny finish up all in. And I think for 350, and there was all this action going on around him. And the board came and he needed a 4 for the wheel to win it. And everyone was calling 4, 4, 4, and it came and he stayed alive, tripled up with the 4. That was great to see. And he actually leapfrogged a couple after that and won himself a few grand with a higher payout. I think he might have finished about 5th.
Yeah, it was about 17 grand or something.
Yep, that's good.
I just know what 9th was, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, bottle job.
54 grand for that, or 53 grand.
That's it up top.
For the grind. That was pretty good.
Mm.
And we're over 70,000 for the winner here. So really nice.
It was a cooler, Dale. Just a good old-fashioned cooler.
Dale asking in the chat here how Josh got busted out of the grind. Asking for a mate.
You can look back on the live stream if you want. I'm still having nightmares.
Little raise here from Sam with the queens. Joe folds the suited king, and Michael's got the suited ace.
3-bet.
And Jared gets a king jack. So it's probably too much for Jared to come along, don't you think?
Yeah, probably. Probably not a... Yeah, let's put that in the bin. Don't want to overplay king jack.
No. It's another one of those hands that looks really good in your hand and you don't know what to do with it unless you hit a king and a jack, I suppose. So Sam's going to like the queens here. He's been 3-bet to 66,000.
You might just find a call. Oh, looks like they're raising chips. What are your thoughts on 4-betting the queens, mate?
I don't see queens lose much in my recreational play. I love queens.
My 3rd favourite hand, actually.
Okay, so what's your non-premium hand that you look down and go, oh, yeah, I've won with this a lot. I might play this.
Oh, the non-premium.
Yes.
The fake favourite hand?
Yeah.
I've always said since I started playing, probably the 7-5 suited. It's very pretty. But aces are my favourite hand.
Yeah. Well,
should be everyone's.
Should be.
They say they aren't. They're lying to you.
I always play the 10-8 suited.
Yeah.
I just why seem to win with that all the time. No one expects you to have that hand, and you tend to win big. 7-5 suited is probably similar.
Not sure about
All right,
this.
we go to the flop, and there's another queen for Sam.
Pretty wide pill here from Maddox in the cutoff. 4-bet pot.
He's hit his 6-2.
Yeah, definitely get one straight. I think Sam can be checking a lot here. Queen high usually favours. Caller.
Getting undressed here. Sorry, Josh.
All right, mate.
It's not me.
Clearly looking after yourself. Get the camera on.
Take it off. So
85 into 300 here.
What's Michael thinking, you reckon?
Well, I think he's just going to click call for at least one straight. Not calling a 4-bet. With A6 suited to fold when you flop a 6. And I think he'll be done with the hand now.
I was thinking if an ace comes out, that would have been absolute fireworks.
Could be trouble. Ace King gets there now. Sam definitely has the range advantage here on this board. Jared Thatcher, the back of his head looks fantastic today.
Yeah.
Did compliment that hat earlier.
Mike gets away.
Very
It
nice
was a
hand.
pretty decent bet there. I think 165 from Sam. One of our more senior players. We're talking, Josh, about the variety of players here. Not just, a lot of women playing, and not just a lot of very experienced and far less experienced, but the ages. There's a lot of 20-somethings, and there's a lot of veterans here too.
Yeah. They're the ones you've got to worry about, those wily old veterans. Great man, Sam. Met him the other day for the first time.
Yeah.
A lot of fun to play with.
Eskimo Joe
On
under the gun. Suited ace there. 25 is his raise. Looks like we might be having some movement on the table with 12 left. Dennis calls with the sixes. Sam gets it cheap out of the big blind with the Queen 10, so he comes along.
A lot of fun flops here. For these hands. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
I think Dennis is always betting this hand. A lot of draw heavy board. Unblocking the top pair.
I think Joe's good enough to get away here.
I think he might. Pure one with the backdoor flush draw. No, gets rid of it.
I think because it's Sam, he would know Sam pretty well. And
no, it was Dennis.
Dennis, sorry. He would know. It's just wily. I just don't see Joe make,
just
bad calls. It's very rare.
Plays pretty tight, and tight is right.
Yeah, and he likes to have it.
Yeah,
he does. He really likes to have it.
It's hard to have it, though.
He's sure.
But
He just needs a run. If he gets the sort of run that some of the other guys get, he can build up those chips really quickly.
Yeah.
Josh, can you just carry me for the next couple of minutes? My masseuse is right in that spot in my shoulder blade. I'm going to be a new man in a couple of minutes.
No worries, mate. I'll take it from here. Sure, a couple of people in the comments will keep things interesting with their questions. And on breaks.
Can you ask these hands?
Hey, because he checked. Hey, I'm not an arsehole.
Oh, that's a bit harsh.
He showed his hand before.
What's that?
Yeah, you should have waited for me to show.
No, I didn't really care. If you didn't have 2 pair, I didn't care.
You happy to win the pot?
In my head, I put you on Jack 9. It's just, I don't know, you hesitated and I thought maybe. Yeah, Jack 9?
No, I had a small ace.
Oh, okay.
He said ace.
Jack 9, mate.
Saw check Mel at Coops when I woke up this morning, the 5:25.
After hours?
Yeah, it's good fun. I had a sweat in Coops. Mate, he was last of 11 all the way to the bubble.
Yeah.
He puts in 2 of his last remaining 3 with ace jack-o, and he goes all in, and he folds.
Oh, no.
Against ace 5 and ace 8.
Oh, really?
And ace 8 covers. So we're like, just hold 5 on the flop. We're like, not like this. 8 on the turn. Oh, snuck in for a min.
Wow.
And then Happy Well did his thing.
Yeah, he shipped it, right?
Yeah, he did.
You want to walk?
It'll be nice. I want Marco to have a really good hand too.
A walk's good. I'll take a walk.
I think he said a walk.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I was like, what?
Marco just
What
fucking ace his birthday thing or something like that. He hasn't lost one of those in a while.
Why would you live in Sydney? All the poker action's in Brisbane.
Brisbane's like Silicon Valley, mate. That's what it is. It's like the Silicon Valley of fucking program.
Mate, Trav is rampaging.
The rampage has slowed down now.
He's rampaging, bro.
Second turn.
Maybe we are playing for second.
Me and Josh. Are you trying to boost the prize pool so you can just snatch it away? Jared, snatcher. Snatcher bankroll.
Snatcher, Thatcher.
This is brand new, brother. This is not released. You can buy what we're releasing the merch.
Wow, what a mate, eh? No, you can't have one, you
We're
can buy
releasing
one.
the merch in 2 weeks. Half the reason I'm here is to promote the merch. Not that I'm afraid.
You're on mic. You're on the mic.
Yeah, it's all free. It's all free.
Yeah, you got to promote it. So the APO hoodies, how much are they?
140 actually.
140. I think it's like a Kathmandu. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I'm touching it at the moment. It's awesome.
There for once.
I'm thinking what combination of flush draw could you have? That was it, ace deuce, that's fine.
We have a sweat. I don't know what my second card is, but I have an ace no side. I fold if it's a deuce or a three. That's the ace. Fuck me, man.
That was a sweat for me too.
Yeah, that was a sweat, dude.
That was good TV.
Oh, fuck that thing. It would have been better if I peeled an eight. Yeah, I didn't know which one it was, so I'm squeezing the first one and I'm like, oh my god, no ding. And then I see ace of clubs and I'm like, ah. See, look, we even have Norman behind us talking absolute nonsense as per usual.
Full of beans.
Yeah.
Just 700k.
That's what happens when you're from Pakistan, though. You're just born full of beans.
So cool.
Yeah. 8 of them.
So did I open? Correct.
Have a look at your cards, that might tell you something. Yeah, that's right.
You just never seem confident in all these, huh?
Nah, I don't mind if I lose this one. The king-queen one, I would have been like, oh my god, not again.
That one would have hurt.
Like this, whatever.
Just some stand-up equity.
Oh, the dark arts, huh?
Oh, that's
You're going to really need to put the backpack on now. GG, man.
Good luck, guys.
GG.
Just rather stay out of your way at this point.
I got Moran with a good
Torching big blinds. Yeah. I just folded kings. I'm not like this house bloke. It's got this aspect where he thinks going all in with 2 kings is a good play.
It's ego. Kids with ego always put the 2 kings in.
He obviously has no idea. Like, we're on film, bro. Like, I don't know how you're not embarrassed.
I hope he hasn't sold for this.
Straight, yeah.
Say something about that.
Yeah. Do you know why, bro? If you've sold a percentage to this tournament, your backers are going to be very disappointed in you for just throwing away money. Throwing away money. Your new nickname, Huss?
Huss Insane.
Huss Straight Torchin.
That's like a street cred name.
Yeah.
Fuck off. I'm good at finding when Huss has got nothing.
Bean bagging, straight torching.
So I've ejected my masseuse out of the commentary box and I'm up, ready to rock now. Feeling a lot better, Josh.
Got your full attention now.
Full attention.
Full attention
as
on the
we
cards.
come back. Josh, you're going to hang with us through to final table, hopefully, and then J-Mac, who took out the grind today, is very, very keen to come
to
in.
get on. I just
buzzing.
overheard him talking about it at the bar.
Yeah, so he's keen to come in and have a chat, and we might even get Jesse Stanley in, who finished runner-up to him and is a very good mate. We might get the two of them in together and I'll get out for a while.
Definitely
so that could be a bit of fun as well. They said they want to just hammer everyone who they knocked out of the grind, so that could be good. Sam picks up the 4s.
2 little 4s. Always seem to flop a set with 4s. Don't know why. Thatcher doing Thatcher things. You know, it was before when he turned a set and then...
Well, quads, wasn't it, in the end?
Rivet the 2 pair.
So, in a pretty tight table there. Sam's up the top. Dennis, Mike, all pretty close. Eskimo Joe, who is wrapped up in the blankie and the hoodie. And I actually don't think it's that cold in here, is it?
I'm in a T-shirt and shorts right now, and I'm pretty comfortable. But the feature table, or the TV table, there's a couple of vents.
Yeah, so we're a bit removed. We say this a lot, but we're out the back and we're actually commentating on the delayed feed, so we have no idea what's going on live.
Yeah, we're in the car park.
Just another layer of security here that there's no communication of what's happening live, so we're seeing it as you're seeing it at home or at work or wherever you are. I've done a little bit of poker commentary, and I have to say the first time I've done it like this, you know, actually commentating the delayed feed. I'm usually locked away in a room commentating live, and it then gets sent out on delay. But I do like the level of security that this gives us.
Makes a lot of sense.
There's going to be some action here, I think.
Ooh.
So
pretty.
Dennis has folded the ace queen. That's a interesting fold in there, isn't it?
I probably would have played it a bit differently.
I think so.
But
and a donkey like me would have probably done the same.
Yeah.
Sam.
Definitely not folding Jack 10 suited pre-flop to a 3-bet. It's way too good of a hand. I think we have seen a flop though, by the looks of it.
I think you'll find that.
Yep. Top pair for Joe.
Eskimo Joe. Yep, has hit, and
world champion Eskimo Joe.
Talking with Will earlier before you came in about how this is really the only sport where you can become a world champion without, you know,
sweating.
Well,
moving a muscle.
I was going to say that, you know, as an amateur, you know, you can become a world champion. You can't really do that in any other sport. So it's you know, people forget that Joe Hasham was a chiropractor from Melbourne when he won the World Series. He wasn't a full-time professional poker player, and we've had so many stories. And the poker boom was started by a bloke who was the least likely world champion of all time, moneymaker. So
old Christopher.
So it is
strong this day.
But having said that, the good players are the ones that win the most.
That's
so
it. Cream rises to the top.
It is obviously a lot of skill involved. That's a
very
shocker.
good-
That is
very
an
good
absolute
river card
shocker
for Sam.
for Eskimo Joe.
Runner. Nothing funner is what they say. Sam's feeling pretty good about his hand. I don't know how he's going to approach this. 420 in the middle.
I'm hoping he puts enough in to scare Joe off,
I think
because
Joe's just going to snap that off. 125.
he's only got 380 behind.
When he really loses to, I guess, 7s, 8s, 9s, but
Mate, you just said before we had that little break, you know, bluff on the river. I'm thinking Joe's probably feeling the same thing.
I think he's
Just going to count the stack and see what it's going to leave him with if he does call this.
I think his hand's a little bit too good. I don't think he gets to the river with a better hand here. Apart from like ace king and that and kings, but as played.
I mean, it's easy for Sam to have a 10. He only needed to just have a 10.
Just think, what 10s does he have when he calls the flop?
Well, that's also true.
King 10 maybe, king 10 suited. He has, you know, his hand that he has. He wouldn't fold on the flop with the backdoor draws.
Pocket 10s.
Pocket 10s is definitely definitely a good shout.
He's saying you've had a good run out. He's asking the question.
The 4 to a straight is probably the most overbluff spot though in poker. I've said this for a while. But this time he has it.
Is that Sam talking in the background there?
Might be.
He's trying to get him to call. Did you run out of luck? Yep, I know. Hoping that you can hear the table talk. We've made a few adjustments here technically. Unfortunately, Josh can't through his headphones. I can, so I'm assuming that you guys can. Wow. What a great fold.
Big fold from
And
Joe.
that's why he's the world champ.
The Eskimo.
He read the run out, didn't he? He asked the question. I wonder if he read the room as well, looking at Sam and asking the question. Good fold. Save himself some important chips when you're getting that short.
Big fold. He's got the jack in his hand as well. Blocks a lot of jack 10 combos, I guess. And impressive. Definitely the clear shortest stack on the table though, but still plenty. Still plenty.
He was furious. I reckon he donked off his chips yesterday in the grind. He was pretty upset with himself. And I reckon, you know, that plays in his mind too. He doesn't want to do the same.
Yeah, definitely don't want to repeat the same mistakes, right?
Yeah.
Want to try and iron them out.
He was pretty upset at breakfast this morning with the way that he finished up, getting rid of these last chips.
Jared might find the 3-bet here with ace-5-0 on the button. Very aggressive, Jared Thatcher. Yep. Verbalised bet.
Yeah.
What do you have on the flop, buddy? You're allowed.
So,
don't think it's going to work here. I think Maddox might peel the suited ace. Well, he peeled it before in a 4-bet pot, so this is a better hand. Matt Ross, I don't think Liam is in. I think he busted before the bubble.
he was on the feature table when we were down to 21 or 22 odd. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's out. It's a fold, probably a pretty disciplined fold from Maddox.
Nice 3-bet there from Jared. Getting after it as always.
He was the third best hand there because the big blind had an ace-9 as well.
It's the power of the 3-bet, power of the button. Aggression always pays off in this game. That's why you see a lot of Facebook posts of Jared Thatcher. Very aggressive player. Very fun for a TV table. Let's get my notepad out.
I think the TDs definitely keep the broadcast in mind when they're putting the tables together because we've had some very fun tables over the last couple of days.
I thought it was always random, but somehow Eskimo Joe Hasham keeps getting on the feature table. A6 for Jared. And napkins for everyone else.
$12 left.
Crunch
We're in the
time.
money, and we're close to the final table. This one's supposed to finish tonight, but I'm not totally convinced.
Not a chance.
Not a chance. There you go. Well, I hope that when we get to when we're supposed to call it, there's plenty of guys still in, so we don't have what we had last night with, I think there was 5 left, and they decided to keep going. We finished up at 2 o'clock, which was actually 2:30 for us because we're on the half-hour delay.
Yeah, right. Long night it was then.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to get the chat there from Chris. Can you get these blokes onto Twitch, mate, and not just Facebook Live? We are on Twitch, if that's what you're asking. We're also on YouTube.
That's on YouTube as well. I didn't know that. 3 formats.
7 and 8 folds. See 2 folds.
I suppose the chat that we're seeing is from Facebook. That's all. It's probably getting lots of comments on YouTube and not seeing them.
I feel like that one was more legit than the first one was. I almost ripped you on the first one. I'll go back and watch stream. You're supposed to have King Jack O on the first one. Pull in.
Josh, I think we're buckling in for a long ride here. I think you're correct. Just the chip stacks are
just super deep.
Yeah, super deep.
Super deep stack. It's like this every time. Like gets down to the final 2 tables. It's the long game. It's definitely a marathon, not a sprint. This tournament. Interesting hand here. I think Sam might 3-bet the 2 10s. There you go. Like to mix here with 10s. Plays very well as a flat. Sam's going the aggressive route. A little 4-bet. Wow. That is getting after it. Probably not the greatest hand to 4-bet, in my opinion. Just plays so good. Post-flop. Ace-10 suited.
I think that was the last thing Sam was expecting there. He looked pretty shocked. He's going to now figure out what he's going to do.
Especially against the chip leader. Like, what are they? Sam's 100 blinds deep. They're both pretty deep, so I don't think he's folding. Well, he shouldn't be.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with just calling pocket 10s...
Well, there's no good flops with pocket 10s, right?
Very little, unless you get, 3 little cards, I suppose.
But even
then...
then...
you could.
Even then, like in a 4-bet pot, are you really that happy when it comes...
That's true.
9-7 deuce.
Yep, because it's every chance he's 4-betting with queens, possibly.
Queens, kings, aces. He has all those hands, you know what I mean? Jacks. But, not the easiest spotty with 10s.
And his chances of hitting a 10 obviously are remote.
Well, yeah.
Dennis has got one.
How many 4-bet bluffs does Dennis have? Probably more than we expected after his ace-queen fold before.
Yep.
This is definitely very aggressive. Looks like he's going to lay this down.
Yeah, I think he is.
Wow. Wow. Show the 10.
I don't know if you saw the final table today, but Josh and Jesse had a deal that if you fold, you have to show one.
Yeah, I like
and that was fun. That was a lot of fun.
definitely like getting those games onto the tables where if you win the hand, need to show one card.
Yep.
You get to choose.
Yeah, you get to choose. That's exactly what they were playing.
It's good when you just show the random card.
Yeah.
Confuses everyone.
You're on the money. I'm closest. I knew I was closest. No, I'm saying you're on the money. I had a big pair and a lot bigger than sevens. Queen. No, not that big. Not that big. There you go. All right. Seven and queen. Big bet.
Excitement in the room here. Not on this particular table, but got a couple of other events going on outside, and we must be getting down to the wire on those because there's been a bit of commotion, which is great. A lot of excitement, a lot of
love the emotion.
People invested. So Joe's pushed all in here. The ace-king, Dennis has picked up the same hand, the ace-10. This time it doesn't win it for him.
How many bigs is this? 20, 21. Don't think we can call. Don't think our hand is good enough to call here from Dennis.
Not facing an all-in raise.
Yeah, not in these positions anyway, from under the gun. I think ace-10 suited just goes in the bin. Same combo, spades as well.
Yeah.
Is that 2 in a row, or?
Really?
Wouldn't mind having that hand every hand of the tournament.
You have ace-10 spades?
You win way more often than you don't.
Absolutely.
And Joe finally picks up some chips. Not a heap, but we haven't seen him collect for a little while. He pushes his stack up over 400,000.
They look closer like sevens. Actually, you're right, Joe. Maybe they were sevens.
Now, come to think of it.
Maybe they were sevens.
Thanks, Zach, for the friendly comment. Just I'll send you the bank account details after, Zach.
No, but if it was cut off first big one. Like I think. Yeah, but under the gun first cut off. That's the problem with that button raise. You might have thought, I don't know. I don't think you put me on that, like, such a strong hand. Max pressure, that's nice. Sharpie fold, 100%.
What's a...
Well, we know that now.
Just a call from Dennis.
That probably hit my mind.
Definitely a good 3-betting hand versus the button.
It was just either a call or a...
I don't think that was a fold, was it?
I'm not sure what's going on with the graphics here.
Yeah, we've just... I think that's quite right. Just stay with us here.
Yeah, sorry, Zach, but there's a P in champion. Fix that up next time.
So we've just swapped headphones so Josh can hear the table talk, and I don't know if we've thrown the whole graphics and the whole lot out here, but you might have to commentate this off the table talk, mate, because we can't see the cards.
Well, there's not much at the moment. Pretty quiet down there.
All right, I was about to say here's a blind hand for you to call, but
maybe check raise there from Dennis, I'm guessing. Didn't see the board.
I think Dennis had the ace
jack.
Ace jack, yeah, okay.
And Michael Maddox had the king 10-0.
Hopefully we get back on board here.
And 130 come back.
So a little bit about this table too. I mean, the table is in the hardware. This is a brand new RFID table.
Beautiful table.
It is great to play on, isn't it? And how far technology's come. We all used to watch, and what an innovation little camera was that you had to flip up the cards and see them, and then they put the glass down there and they had the camera in the glass, so you were able to see the cards that way.
That's right, hovering over.
And now we have a chip in the card and the table just reads it. It's pretty incredible, isn't it?
A lot of people don't like being up there. They feel the pressure. Mm-hmm. Don't want to make mistakes up there. Personally, I love being on the feature table.
That's great.
Hopefully I look good.
Yeah, mate.
Don't care how I play as long as I
As long
look
as
good.
you
You
look
know what
good.
I mean?
It's like any sport. You want to attract your groupies. After a long day on the table,
That's
you've
it.
got your groupies waiting for you, yelling, "Can I get a selfie?"
It's been tough, mate, honestly, dealing with all that
Yeah.
the last couple of months.
Yeah.
It was a nice bet, mate.
I've got to say, it is, since we've changed headphones, it is very different listening to this without hearing the table talk. But
It's peaceful.
It's peaceful.
To be
but
fair, not much being said on there at the moment,
Yeah.
but Sam Haddad is telling
Wake up, mate. Stop yawning.
one of his table mates that he did fold the pocket tens before.
Right.
Crossed his heart.
Now,
I believe him.
Well, we should believe him.
Mr. Mercer been pretty quiet. As the ladies are, oh, here we go, raising up the King 5 suited. Sam not going anywhere. Oh, he jammed.
Sam jammed.
That's a big
Yeah, Sam
jam.
jammed, and
Wow.
It's again one of those very pretty hands when you look down at a ace jack suited, especially when it's hearts. There's something about hearts, isn't there?
Something about a heart. It's a big jam though.
I
Putting the
thought
pressure
one
on,
way of
Big
getting
Sam.
Pay attention.
Different style. Again, you know, he's, I'm going to say he's old. He's not old, but he's certainly an elder statesman around this table. Him and Joe would be the veterans here.
Definitely.
I think, you know, I know Joe obviously knows the game incredibly well, but I never found Joe a maths guy. I think Joe, you know, plays a lot on feel. And,
Big field player, yeah.
And he, you know, I think if you'd ask him what his great asset is, or at least one of them, is the patience to be able to sit there, not just to get the hands, but to create the image as well. And his image is, I believe anyway, well, if Joe's playing, he's probably got something because he is so patient.
Yeah,
And
pretty strong ranges when he's in there.
Sam, you know, I think by folding those tens showed a lot as well. Because I just don't think too many of the young guys around the table would have folded tens in that position.
I'm definitely not folding tens
Yeah.
on the button.
So,
to a 4-bet.
And, you know, I've probably said it, you know, a dozen times on this broadcast alone. I don't think there's right and wrong decisions here. I think, you know, everyone plays their own way, and, you know, the math might tell you that that's not the right way, but if your feel is that strong, you know, sometimes you go with that.
Sometimes you just know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just know.
Man, who would have folded kings before the flop at that big tournament a couple of weeks ago? And Joe just said, I just knew the guy had aces, and no one folds kings there, surely.
I'll be honest, you could show me aces, I'll probably still call with kings.
There you go.
I'll just take the 20%,
Yeah.
on we go.
Yeah.
On to the next tournament.
But what an amazing, you know, thing to do.
Yeah,
and, you know, and that's a video that's gone viral everywhere. As much for the reaction of the commentators who just could not believe.
You ever see stuff like that on the stream? People folding kings or getting away from a massive hand on the river or something. It's definitely impressive. Takes a lot of discipline. Thatcher against Maddox here. Gun versus big blind. Board definitely going to favour Jared Thatcher from opening under the gun. C-bet should take this down. The bet range. And a half big blinds. And ooh, pretty sticky here from Michael Maddox. No diamond in hand. Oh, it's a very good turn. I think Thatcher might size up here on the turn.
He's giving him the free card.
Makes
So
a showdown.
Geez, I hope it's not an ace.
Ace would be fun. On the edge of my seat to see this river. 8.
It's an 8.
It's just going to go check, I think. Yep. Oh, Maddox led. Little block bet.
I
snapped off.
don't see. I mean, you obviously play a hell of a lot more poker than I do. Don't see that open end to hit nearly as often as you think it will, because it's really tempting to stay there for open enders. I just don't see them hit that often.
It's they do get there sometimes. It's it depends on how the action's played out, what type of board it is. Multi-way definitely brings a lot more value to the open ender.
Sure.
Because just the equities multi-way, you know what I mean?
And it's usually really well disguised too.
Yeah,
when
yeah,
it's multi-way, isn't it?
It's very, you do get that in Australia a lot, like a lot of multi-way pots going 3, 4, 5, 6 ways to a flop. Like, and no one really knows how to navigate it. So your big draws, your nut flush draws, your second nut flush draws, open enders, bring a lot more value, like gives a lot more value to your hand multi-way than it would in a heads-up pot.
Right.
Are we only 11 left?
Because a lot of time you have a lot of equity against like an overpair or just one pair, for example. So definitely not folding any flops or turns with open-ended straight draws, especially if you're drawing to the nuts.
We've got another interesting one here. Sam's pocket 7s. He's called a raise. Jared Thatcher with the 10s. We've seen the 10s a little bit.
Definitely 3 betting here. Or just a call.
I think it's just a call. Is it?
Look like it.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, okay.
As I say, I don't think there's any right or wrong. Everyone's got a bit of a different way to do that. Fantastic flop for
flush draw.
10s.
Is that multi-way?
But yeah, it's
nut
actually
flush
a
draw?
great flop for everyone, isn't it, really? I mean, you're not scared if you've got 7s. You're not really scared of that. Norman, obviously,
I think Jared's going to check raise his flop.
Yeah. Sam
Might go
comes
big.
along because it's as I say, I reckon a pretty good flop for 7s. And Jared, well, he's got a lot of incentive to come over the top here, doesn't he?
Like it. Might make it about 180. I think he needs the raise. No club in the hand. Not too many good turns.
Yep, right. 200.
150. There you go.
Nut flush draw looks so pretty here for Norman. He's not getting away from that, is he?
Definitely a strong hand. I think all the chips might go in the middle here.
That's just about as good as you're hoping for, isn't it, with an ace-3?
Oh, that's why we open it, so we can flop flush draws.
Yeah. I mean, even if he gets an ace on the flop, that's not a great flop for him. But
He's all in here.
This is. So he's over the top. I reckon he might actually scare Jared off. I don't think Sam's in here.
Jared's
but
definitely calling.
you think?
Yep.
Okay.
Definitely not folding.
So Norm at risk here.
Is there a club? Ace club of 3.
He's got a lot of outs
Whee,
now. Oh, wow,
Barry.
bang.
Barry on the river.
And that's a massive hit for
Wow,
Jared.
That's a huge pot. Can't really fold either there. It's sometimes just a cold deck.
Yeah. Gee, it's a good hand.
I think they both played their hand pretty well. Bit of frustration on Jared's face, obviously after losing a big one like that. Deep in the tournament. Didn't know he could lose those, to be honest.
No, he hasn't lost too many like that. Keeps surprising us. as an older, not that old, as an elder statesman, you know, we're talking about how you play the game, and you know, I love the different styles, and I think that's what keeps it interesting. And the fact that you just see something like that, that it doesn't play out the way that you'd think it should play out. I mean, imagine if every hand went the way it was supposed to go. No one would play this. It'd be boring as hell.
It'd be pretty boring.
So I like all of that. I think there's a life lesson in poker, and that is that you go with your gut. I think
a lot of the time.
I think your gut's you're great, and that's not just a poker thing. I think that's with everything in life. At least at the end of the day, if you made a bad decision, you can still say, but I went with my gut. The worst thing is that you didn't trust yourself and you were wrong.
So it's fine to be wrong as long as you trust your gut.
Well, it's better than going against your gut and being wrong. Absolutely. 2, 10, 8 flop. Dennis gets the bottom end of this.
7 checks.
He checks. There's a king now.
3 checks. Check round.
Joe checks. Dennis has checked. Another king.
3 checks.
Check. 5-2. You're not getting frisky with that, even though you've hit the 2. Joe he's had it. Hasn't Joe just had it? I can't even hear the table talk, and I know he's had it. So his ace-5 gets done by a 5-2.
He'd be filthy at that.
There's a little game up the top there. I'm sure you heard about. No interest in jumping in there for not going to say how much, but obviously a fair buy-in.
Yeah, fair whack. The rotation game up there, is that what it is?
I think it is. Yeah.
Got
Guess who initiated that? Go on, I'll give you. Who do you think initiated that game?
Was he on a final table yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
He was on a final table yesterday?
He was, yeah.
Did he have the chip lead going to the final table?
I don't know about. We definitely had the chip lead at some point on that table. Yes.
Was it Najim?
It was no.
No.
It was.
Oh, it was Najim. Oh, yeah. I thought,
He was running around recruiting everybody to try and play.
I heard him. I definitely heard it all.
Yeah. It's I think they're having some fun. That might have been the noise that we heard from up there.
Could have been.
So they're having some fun. The boys who started in this.
A couple of very good players up there, that's for sure.
Some excellent players. But everybody wants to be involved, so a lot of those guys played the Gladiator, got knocked out, in and around the money, and now they're up playing their own game. But it's a dealer dealt game. It's they've got a screen up there. It's all above board and official, and everyone's having fun. I can't believe Joe. I shouldn't say that because we are half an hour behind, but I can't believe he's got a blanket on because the cooling is not on in here.
It's warm right now.
It's got warm. It's got real warm.
Since we've come back from the break,
yeah,
it's been beautiful.
3 folds.
Hashtag suited here for Jared.
4 folds.
Should have been raised.
He's
20 big blinds.
He's getting a bit short. I mean, he isn't really, is he? When you say 20 big blinds, he's not that short. He's just short compared to the table.
Easy defend here for Sam. Not folding. Suited hand, but he's dominated.
Let's see a jack. Get it interesting. Come on. 2 diamonds there for Jared. Absolutely missed everything, Sam. It'd be hard for him to keep going, especially if Jared bets here.
Yep.
And
little bet fold.
Just haven't seen Sam get out of line at all. And I don't think it's going to happen now, not with 12 left. Pay jumps start to really increase pretty soon. These guys are going to want to get into the last minimum 5 or 6 players, I would have thought, for the big payouts.
call down on the featured table.
So we're looking at our last 12, 2 tables going on here for the Goliath. This was a $1,250 buy-in event. Started yesterday morning, due to finish tonight. Josh reckons 0 chance of it finishing tonight.
Definitely
So,
day 3.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to be, but again, we've broken all of these buy-ins by so far. I think they were expecting 80 people for this.
Yeah, it got over 100, didn't it?
180, and so
was,
yeah, we've just.
I was 3 of them, which is great. Always.
three bullets. Mate, it's much more fun up here in the commentary, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's definitely cheaper.
So this is actually due to go into tomorrow, isn't it? So they're going to wrap this up. I would say midnight.
Probably a bit later.
No, it's already after mid. No, it's 11:15. I'm not sure. So there we go. They might play it down to a final table, perhaps. Sam's 3-bet. The suited connectors. Noelman, the King Jack. A couple of 10s come out here on the flop. 1 heart.
Good hand to bet here for I
thought I said 2.5K buy-in tonight. If I didn't,
yep,
that is
2.5K.
That is correct, Luke. 2.5K buy-in for this one.
Pretty sure you said that.
Maybe I didn't.
Maybe you said 2K.
Yeah. So the Queen comes out. Which,
interesting lead here from Sam.
Yeah.
Really blocking any good hands.
So we have, again, the open ender, which I say often doesn't hit. Let's see if he does get there on the river.
Did not.
And again,
Sam gets there. It's going to
he
go
does.
He's checked.
Thanks, Luke. I did say 12.50. That was yesterday's grind. This is our big money entry, 2,500 buy-in.
Oh, 12.50. Oh, the grind was 12.50.
Yeah.
So it might have been a little mix-up.
Yeah, thanks, Luke. At least everyone's listening. I love that.
Didn't think we were going to get any comments about that. Thought we slipped it through.
Look, no, to be honest, I think a lot of people do watch this on mute just because of, what they're doing and where they are.
Yeah.
Maybe, sort of these late nights they've got us on, hopefully, but I certainly think during the day a lot of people are probably watching this on mute. And
nice Betty from Noman.
There's our viewer numbers up there, 327,000 people watching us, mate, so that's fantastic.
Second biggest stream I've been on.
I'm not going to ask you where the other one was. So, Sam, with the decision, he's hit his 7 on the river, and he's sitting there thinking, why would Noman bet 200K and folds? So there you go again, the aggression.
Very good.
Is,
very nice bluff.
Great bluff.
Well played.
And that comment that you don't bluff on the river, it's just been destroyed by a really good play.
Very nice. Definitely gets after it, Mr. Mercer.
Yeah, and he's
Fun
been
to play
quiet,
with.
as you said.
He has been quiet.
On this table, has been quiet.
Yeah.
Are you saying you didn't have the best hand prep block?
Well, he has to bluff his hand on the river, doesn't he? Especially after...
Not hitting anything, including that open end. Have a look at some of the fashion going on here on this table. We're seeing, this is the normal side, if you like, the regulation side. And we're going to flick over to that other camera. Have a look at some of the fashion going on the other side.
Just tell me later. Isn't it easier, Nama?
Almost there.
Gets the King Jack again, Naman.
APT checking. There we
Look
go.
at these two. Look at the two penguins.
Oh, Eskimo's all in.
Good time to do it.
It's grinding away.
Got Naman completely dominated. You don't call that on a King Jack. So Joe picks up a few chips there to still under 400K. Oh no, he might be up above 400 now. Grinding away.
Felt like your pocket sixes, like something like that was good. I hit the river.
If anyone missed Will in the box here a little earlier, if you are in this area, if you're in anywhere near Brisbane, you got the day off work tomorrow, come on down. There's a 350 satellite into one of Will's tournaments with a 26,400 guarantee. What a way to get into a tournament like that with 350. So come on down.
That APO series is going to be insane. I cannot wait for it.
I have no problem.
They do a great job, Will and Lauren.
Yep.
Down there at the Poker Palace.
Yep, they're
One of my
here.
favourite
They're
rooms.
wandering around here.
Showing off the new merch.
It looks nice too. It looks
Actually,
especially nice on Lauren.
Yeah.
She
looks fantastic.
If you got a young partner who you want to get something for, now's the time. Talking about,
I think your bet sizing at the end was.
might have to buy someone some merch here too. We're just talking about buying some female merch. It might be for you something nice from Poker Palace.
Hoodies are unreal. Thank you.
It's another one of our fantastic masseuses who've been doing an incredible job here.
Definitely been keeping busy.
Delivering Josh a drink. I've got to assume that's a good friend of yours. I've got to assume that's a good friend of yours.
Yeah, very good friend.
Okay, good.
Met her this week and
they're fantastic. The girls.
Been getting a couple of knots out of my back. Yeah,
they are honestly not just great on getting the knots out, but they're so friendly and make everyone feel so at home. As Jared picks up trip jacks on the flop.
Very nice flop. I'm not going to get
for
too much
Michael,
action.
he's got air there, but
to be fair, blind versus blind, King High definitely has a lot of showdown here. So he's not just going to foul. Oh, he has. So.
There he is. But, you know, that's a great fold, playing some good poker. And we've said it so often, this game is often not about what you win, it's how little you lose, how much you can get away from.
Minimising the losses,
absolutely.
Definitely.
I mean, you're talking about the APO series. I think that's just a little more evidence of, you know, what the Hashem group is trying to do here with APT. It's actually about partnering, and it's about promoting other events and other weeks, making the whole scene stronger. It's not at all about trying to force people out or take over. And, you know, there's a very altruistic motive here about promoting poker and making it as big as we can. I mean, I know Tony was actually really, you know, quite upset about an overlap, you know, early in the week here that players had to choose between a couple of the tours, and that's not what it's about. We want to give everyone the chance to play everything.
100%. It's, at the end of the day, it's about the players, right? You want the players to enjoy the game and play as much as they can. But yeah, they definitely do a great job. Hashem management and the APT. Great series here.
Known the boys for a long, long time. I met Joe. I told the story a little earlier. I met Joe straight after he won the World Series, and had a couple of poker concepts as a producer, and approached him, and he liked one of those in particular. In fact, he really liked one in particular, so much so he said, come to Vegas with me when I go back to defend my World Series. And went over and I had 10 days of being a groupie that was just completely an unbelievable experience.
It's an amazing place, isn't it?
Yeah. But when you travel with the World Series of Poker champion,
it's even better.
Champion, it was pretty nuts.
Even better.
Yeah, he's so, known the boys for a long time. And, you know, Tony, you know, Joe's the player, the poker player. Tony's the poker businessman. Obviously a good player too. ANZPT, you know, poker champion. But Tony's the business and sacrifices a lot of what you'd strictly say is business, and, you know, the opportunity to make money in the pursuit of trying to promote the game.
Such a great guy as well.
It's always his priority is try and promote the game. Jared.
Pretty good flop here for Jared.
He's 10 just for flush draw as well, just, you know, because it's Jared. Is that what we say?
Just in case the 10 wasn't good enough, yep. We have the nut flush, yep. He's very happy to show that one. See, sometimes I have a good hand. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Grinding his way back up there, isn't he? Already over 400,000.
Yeah, he was pretty short, and it just shows you grind it out, don't give it away.
That's what's so good about this tournament.
Yeah.
Never
Even when you
dead.
think you're short, you're actually not that short.
You're
eh?
never dead.
Yeah.
Until you're dead.
So you make that bad hero call.
Yeah.
Or hit the caller. It feels a bit like that, doesn't it? That it's going to have to be a caller or someone gets a really unfortunate
It
run.
will.
No one's getting loosey-goosey here.
No, it's been pretty ABC. No one really getting out of line. Would love to see someone get out of line though.
Well, we did see nice bluff earlier. The
King Jack.
all-in
Yep.
push, and
Here he is again with natural 9.
why does everyone play this hand? 7-2.
Well, it's suited, mate.
Okay. Hasn't helped him here.
I think he just wins this pot though, Noman. One big blind. Sam might get a bit sticky here with the ace high.
No, Sam has not been sticky on anything. Of all the players, he's probably played the most ABC here, and
yeah,
it's paid off for him. He's got a really healthy chip stack.
He's got a lot of chips. 1.4 million. A lot of starting stacks.
We'll find out for you and for our viewers what time this is going to be pulled, because it clearly is going into day 3. You're right. It's actually fixtured to go into day 3. I thought it was supposed to finish tonight.
No,
but
day 3, yeah.
I'm glad it isn't, because seriously, we'll be till 4 in the morning for that to finish. But bear with me. I'm just going to lean over to the production desk and find out what time this is actually slated to finish. I think they might try and play it down to a final table, but hold the fort for me, Josh.
No worries, mate. I'm all over it. Dennis with the Queen 8 suited. Opening the cutoff. Oh, wow. I think Sam might call this. I don't think he fights too many better hands in the small blind. Yeah, I agree, Luke. We'll definitely play deep into day 3 as well. They're super deep, these guys. Like, Joe's the shortest stack, and he's well over 20 bigs. Well, not well over, but he's over. Big flip here.
You have 6s, right?
Big flip.
Holy go.
Good timing.
Yeah, it looks like I've walked in right on time.
Ace of clubs. Ace of the jack, and dead on the turn. Eskimo Joe.
Poor Eskimo.
The world champion is gone. Pretty standard, really.
The only saving grace there is you can get rid of that blanket.
It's still there in the chair. Look at it.
Go out into the wilds. So the news is that as we lose another player, so we're down to 11 now, we're either playing to final table or the end of the next level, which is probably on our broadcast another hour and 10 minutes, now 5 minutes. So we're either on for that long or we're on a lot less than that if they hit the final table. So we've actually got 11 left now, not 12, so we'll need to lose another 2 players. I'm going to back that we lose a couple of players before that. What do you reckon? Hard to tell. Well, I mean, we haven't lost anyone for a long time, but...
There's J-Mac there in the background.
So, J-Mac will come in and commentate the final table tomorrow for us, hopefully, unless he's playing something else.
Yeah. There's I think there's a 2K on tomorrow.
Yeah, there is a 2K.
Shot clock.
Yeah. Like the shot clock.
Yeah. You know what? I think there should be in every single tournament. How about that?
I don't think you'd find that many people who would argue with that.
I like playing fast. I like when other people play fast.
Yeah, he's got a jam pretty wide.
Fine to give everyone a lot of time banks, but
Just feels like a lot of the time that's taken up is posturing. It's not actually people making decisions.
That's the most frustrating thing. When people, they peel their cards, they wait 10 seconds pre-flop, they know what they're going to do, and they eventually fold.
Played on a table with a guy who took exactly the same amount of time every time, whether he's folding, calling, raising. He took exact and actually was called up, and he said, "That's my table image, and I'll stick with that." So he take 30 seconds every He's got 7-2, which you'd play, but you got to wait 30 seconds before folding it.
You know
I just don't think that's right.
After the third time,
It's not really that bad, but I think
as soon as it got to him, clock.
I knew it could be big.
Clock.
So like, you get nothing.
It's just ridiculous.
So his whole, I mean, he wasn't a good player, but his whole thing was, if I play every hand the same way, you can't read what I've got. Well, honestly, you've got to be such a bad player to have to do that, I think.
To be honest with you, no one really notices.
They don't.
No, I don't think people care enough.
Well, Joe isn't noticing. Joe's watching the golf highlights. So
Yeah,
he doesn't
exactly.
know how long
A lot of
it
people are on their
takes.
phones before they look at their
That's
cards.
right. So we did lose Joe there, Matty. So our producer has come across that a look.
Mark your button.
Yeah, and then what was like 40, 45 on the turn or something? Gutty?
No, double.
Oh, you double gutty?
Yeah, it was queen 8. If it was a gutty, I wouldn't have called. Double gutty. It was king 9. King 9, 7.
Okay. Yeah.
How much was it?
32.
You raising again? What?
So just on the chat there with Luke, I did make an error there. It is fixtured to finish tomorrow, and you're right, there is no chance of it finishing tonight. So just to repeat, we're either going to finish when we get to final table, so we'll need 2 more eliminations to get there, or we're going to finish up at the end of the next level, which on our broadcast will take us through probably for about another hour.
Little ace jack here. I think no man should fold. Raising under the gun. What are they? Oh, we're 5-handed, I think. Might peel.
Yep. Or, no, he's just going to call, surely.
No, he's getting after it. 280. Not that much.
10.
Very aggressive. I love when they get aggressive.
Yeah.
This is that getting out of line is what we're talking about here.
And especially because Naman's been so quiet, and he just picks a time, and you know that Michael's got to be considering all of that too. This guy, I've hardly seen this guy play, and here he is. So
a lot of leveling here.
Yep. Also, I suppose, under the gun as well.
Well, the thing is, they're 5-handed, are they? So it's not really under the gun. It's hijack.
True.
So the ranges do change a lot.
Yep. And as you say, 5-handed ace-jack's a pretty good hand.
Very good hand.
So, of course, considering all of that, because you're the expert, he calls.
We're in position. We have an ace and a jack. I think Noman's just going to win this pot on that flop.
So this is a standard continuation bet here.
Yeah, I think he's going to go bet call here. I don't think Michael's going to fold. Just because he didn't make a pair. Still 2 overs, backdoor straight draw.
No, we haven't gone to a still shot. It's Mike. Oh, here we go. Now we get some movement. Lovely Jess in the background there, our head of social media.
She's been on a tear this week.
She
very,
has,
very busy.
as usual.
Music blasting. Saw a bit of Akon pumping before. Just going to bet call again.
This just builds the pot, doesn't it?
Yeah. Might just jam here on the turn. Yep.
Yep.
And it's not the easiest call in the world.
Well, it's for his tournament life, and I'll tell you what, he wouldn't be the last person to leave a tournament with ace jack in his hand, so he's got to have a think.
Loses the ace queen, ace king. And yeah, that's about it. Still beat the bluffs of or the pre-flop bluffs of Noman. The ace 5 suited, the ace 4 suited, which he does have in his range. He definitely gets after it. So it's not the easiest call.
So many considerations here, isn't it? I mean, you know, it's how many players are left, but it's also how late it is. You know, I think it plays a factor. These guys know they're coming back tomorrow. You know,
really want to put it all
if it's 4 in the afternoon, it's a very different call to 1 in the morning, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. But the thing is, if I'm in Michael's shoes right now, why have we called the 4-bet to fold when we make top pair? Why put ourselves in this position?
Yep. All makes sense. He could definitely have an ace with a weaker kicker than
He can still have
Michael's
ace
got.
10.
Yep.
He can still have ace 5.
Yep.
Yeah. I do think he's going to call.
Be a good call if he does, because as I say, he wouldn't be the first player to leave a tournament with an ace jack. Ace jack, ace queen have cost people lots of tournaments.
The car park hands, they call them.
Car park hands, exactly. He does.
Yeah,
Good boy.
Chop it up,
Well
boys.
done, mate. You got to
chop it up.
You got to be impressed when you have a good play.
See, if I was Mike, I would have slow rolled Noman there for the chop. Chop it up.
See,
Ace 5 would have won.
I was
There
about
you
to
go.
say, you would have been happy if you had an ace 5.
Thanks for wasting everyone's time, boys.
River is a jack. We will lose the mark at place.
So we're down 2-11 in the Goliath. We're playing 2 tables of 5 and 6. We've got 5 here on our feature table. Just to reiterate, we're going to play it down either to the final table tonight or the end of the next level.
It's not because I think I'm behind. I'm trying to catch up.
Josh is just going to take a very quick break here, and he's stuck with me for a short period of time. That's right. Folded 7s and flopped the top set. Can't stay in though on every hand.
When you turned over, I saw the ace. and a picture. I'm like, for fuck's sakes, how unlucky is this?
Whichever way this goes over the next half hour or so, we're going to have a really loaded final table tomorrow. We'll give you details of when this is going to resume, and we hope that
Slow down, mate.
you're free enough to come back and watch what is going to be a sensational final table.
Just trying to double me up.
Impressive call from Mike Maddox in that last hand for his tournament life, and gets the chop. Now he's back in here with the Queen 10 out of the cutoff, raises to 40,000. Norman on the big blind gets the discount with the 6-4 suited, so comes along and has a look. He's got the two-way straight draw, Norman, but still behind. Michael bets his Queen 10. Probably come along with all his outs there.
Show the gutty. Show him no ace gutty. Yeah, nice hand. Why can't you just give me
Not sure
something
what
that I
that
can
bet
actually
was,
defend with?
but it was enough.
I just have air. Keep raising me, Noman. I know exactly where you're at. You're very lucky that I only had ace jack in that hand. Bro, that was the top of your range.
I think the word you guys are looking for is marginal. Marginal. Absolutely. Wasted like 5 minutes of our time.
Come on, it was still an entertaining hand. 7 rows 50.
Are you not entertaining? There's two hands I didn't.
50. No good.
Hair. That's something. Yeah.
That's another one of our little stats for you. Aggression frequency there.
Ace 10, ace 5.
Try and keep you updated with all those little bits and pieces of information. Is the jacks, Dennis. The ace king,
Ooh, big
Oman,
pot. Big
and
pot brewing.
we could have some fun and games here. Dennis
Super
raises to
deep as well.
50. Oman's going to come over the top of that with, what's that, 200 is it? 150?
53x. I don't think Dennis is just going to flat here out of position. Especially in these positions, cut off first the button. Range is, should be pretty wide.
Very unlucky.
Similar chip stacks here.
Yeah, about 100 deep. Or Noman is.
So Dennis comes in with, looks like 400.
Yeah,
it
there's
is.
a 4-bet.
And I think, is the jam coming now?
I think it might be, yeah. Snap 4-bet, eh? Did that very quickly. He did it before as well. He,
We like
big
players that
4-bet.
act quickly, don't we?
Yeah, yeah. Just for big spots like these.
Yeah, it just felt like it was either a very confident or a wanting to think it's very
Yep,
confident.
all in, and
all
we're
in.
not
It'll be a
folding.
pretty
Yep.
quick call, I'd say. And here we go.
What do you like?
Always like the jacks.
Jack and
How-
Jill?
Yeah.
I'll take the ace king then.
Ace king is it is tennis time. the Anna Kournikova. I'm sure you've heard it referred to as that many times.
Been watching the tennis a lot this week, actually.
For those who don't play as much, AK, Anna Kournikova, looks good, doesn't often win.
Yeah, but who's all in and that ring?
Alright, so we've got Dennis all in with Pocket Jacks up against the Mars Ace King.
It's a safe flop.
Garbage flop.
Maybe too safe.
9, 3, 4.
So
that's a huge pot.
Big change to our chip stacks here. Look how far ahead he goes, Dennis, eh?
3.1. There's 200 big blinds with 11 left. That is ridiculous. What a big pot.
As you say, played out. There's probably no other way it was going to go.
That's sickening.
You fold ace king often? Are you wedded to that?
No, tournament poker. In tournament poker, you never really get in the situation where you have to fold ace king pre. You're usually sub 60 big blinds, and if you're going to fold ace king for 60 big blinds, sometimes you find a spot where you can. But 98% of the time, it's going in the middle.
Is that because you're actually potentially, I mean, it's obviously not a made hand, but you're potentially also up against another not made hand? Is that why?
A lot of the time.
I mean, do you go into that thinking, well, I'm 50-50, or do you think I actually might be way better than 50-50?
Well, a lot of the time, especially if you're around 30 big blinds, a lot of people will overplay ace queen. It's not even an overplay. Just ace queen's a very strong hand when you're sub 30 big blinds deep. You just have it crush sometimes. It'd be awful. You fold, and they show you the ace queen, or they show you the pocket nines. You can just make so many strong hands. You want to see 5 cards with the ace king. That's why a lot of people love going all in with it. A lot of people overplay it, yes, but when you're in tournament poker, it's also very good because you block a lot of good hands.
Of course, yeah, of course.
You block all the best hands, aces and kings, right? So yeah,
it's just always that question between the sort of the made hand and the not made hand. But your not made hand could still be better than another
100%.
not made hand because you could be up against an ace queen or an ace jack. So,
well, you said before, a lot of people go home with the ace jack, the ace queen,
and
they
that's
get
the
knocked out.
reason why, because they probably come up against an ace king.
Of course. It's a very, very good hand. It's not just ace high.
Yeah, sure.
But
because you just don't see it folded very often.
No.
And as you say, pre-flop, probably almost never. Yeah, almost never.
Played a lot of hands of poker, and yeah, I've only folded a handful of times pre.
2 raise 55.
It's beautiful hand, man.
So what influences that? Is it chip stack? Is it, how many players are remaining? Is it what might influence you pre-flop ace king?
I think if you're super deep, let's say at the start of a tournament, or even like deep in a tournament where you're getting near the money or the big pay jumps, the ICM, you would have heard this a lot, that'll come into play. So if you say it goes raise from a chip leader, you're not meant to show too much aggression, whatever. Flat the ace king, and another chip leader goes 3 bets, and it goes all in, we're folding the ace king. Just, it is what it is. Been in those situations before. Or if you're super deep, you have like 400, you don't want to get in ace king for 100 big blinds.
Yeah, but it's the best now.
Or more, 150. It's just a disaster, really.
Guess who's got the pocket tens again?
In the small blind.
He's seen those a few times.
He has, yeah, a couple of times. Lost a big pot with them.
Did.
Everyone says it.
Dennis with a pretty standard defend. Queen 3 suited.
But in your spot, most people aren't folding and doing exactly
Blind
the same
versus blind
thing.
here. One of the most interesting parts of poker, especially tournament poker.
So as a recreational player, I actually have no issue having a look at a, you know, pocket 10s, pocket 9s on a flop, because there's every chance you're going to get 3 undercards in that situation, and you've hidden the fact that you've got pockets, you know, over pockets. You can actually get paid off big time. Unfortunately, Jared, Dennis has hit his queen, so this could get Jared in a bit of trouble here.
Pretty nice fold there from Jared, actually.
Yeah,
Very
really
nice
good
fold.
fold. That's a really good fold.
It's really nice. It's no spade in hand.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't think Dennis is bluffing enough on those monotone boards.
But again, you know, Dennis not bluffing enough. All of a sudden, Dennis got over 3 million chips. He can start to play a bit loose as well.
He can definitely put the pressure on.
So
there's that ICM we're talking about. You just have to respect. Like if I'm in Jared's shoes, I would never be raising the small blind there.
That last hand,
Just
you can flat.
really good hand to trap. Dennis can raise a lot of bad hands in the big blind. He's meant to. I think you're meant to raise like 45% of your hands in the big blind when it limps to you from the small blind. So you could probably do that way wider in this situation with 11 left. Is it 10 left now? 11 left.
11 still.
11 left. You're the chip leader. You could just don't even look. Pretend to look at your cards and raise. Ace queen.
Michael's definitely had a look at his cards.
Yep.
And the ace queen that we've been speaking about
Well,
up
and
against
here's
the
the
ace
ace
king.
king.
And here's what we were talking about. It's just incredible, isn't
And
it?
he's all in.
Of course he is.
I don't think Michael's going to fold.
No, no chance he's going to fold here.
Cut off first the button.
Especially since Jared's only paying 350. So
And I'll tell you one thing. I would not be folding to Jared Thatcher.
but he's only playing 350. He's got to. So the
I'm very
classic,
happy.
I'd never fold an ace king. He didn't have to actually push, obviously. So here we go. You watch Michael hit a queen. Just after everything we've said, you just watch this.
Nah, not against Jared.
We've got 2 lanes.
Pretty
safe
flop.
flop,
Ace
that
clubs.
is.
Secondary feature, 1 up on the feature table on the glass.
Yes.
Queen or nothing.
Up against ace queen.
Good.
And Jared doubles up.
Ace 10.
Leaves
A
Michael
sight
a little
that-
bit short now.
Still plenty, but a sight the other players didn't want to see. Jared Thatcher doubling up. So when he's got chips in hand, he's very, very dangerous. Very good skill there. Getting dealt the ace king.
I just love how, you know, within 10 minutes of what we're talking about, it actually
just happens. It's
And
twice now.
Yeah.
It's late coffee.
Yeah, I was
Michael.
about to say,
Very-
he's
maybe
going
it's
to
a
be
tea.
up all night, son.
Maybe it's a tea. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Still caffeine in tea, though, isn't there?
Yeah, not as much, though. Just a reminder that we're either playing down to the end of this level or we're going to lose 2 players and finish up with a final table tomorrow, which will be that'll be a ripper final table.
Yeah, it'll be really good.
Some excellent players on the outside table as well.
Adam Carmen with a lot of chips on the outside. Alex Linsky, as we all
saw
know.
here for a while and got moved, and Norman all in with his 2s. He's the short stack here. Sam's got on the big blind
Big
queen
blind.
2. He's not going to call that, is he?
Nah,
He's
not for
thinking.
10.
I think he's got 1.7 in chips. Committed for 20. It's also his big blind ante in there for another 20.
183, is it?
I don't think this is definitely an automatic fold here. Counting it out, probably just going to see what he's got left. Might be thinking that Aman's getting a bit desperate.
I think
He's
he's
having
put this
another
from the muck.
check and
Yeah.
into the muck. Nice bit of Hollywooding there, thanks a lot. It's a pretty crappy hand, honestly. Queen
Very,
2.
Interesting comment there from Sam.
Yeah.
I might have been ahead, but you definitely had the better hand. not sure.
Well,
not sure what he's trying to say.
couple of coolers, Josh, and we'll be able to finish the night nice and early.
Dennis, you want to double me up this end?
Did I ask you what you're playing tomorrow? You're going to play that shot clock?
Not sure what's happening tomorrow. Been playing a lot the last 2 weeks, so...
Yeah, a day off?
Yeah, I might have a little day off.
Nice.
Might let the hair down a little bit.
I'll tell you what.
Go up upstairs and check out the dance floor at the
I reckon
82
go, I reckon
Hotel.
go upstairs because you're not going out because it has not stopped raining here for
Yeah, the last
3 days.
3 days,
It's just been incredible. And how humid is it?
Oh, it's awful. You're in here, it's beautiful in
Yeah.
here, sometimes too cold.
Yeah, well, if you're Joe Hasham, it's too cold, but...
You're in the igloo.
But
you head out there, walk outside.
It is actually quite incredible. It's like Indonesia humid out there at the moment. It hasn't stopped raining. We've had some crazy storms here tonight, lightning, and not that we see it that much because we're inside. So, someone hit something here. Well, Sam probably likes his fives here, but we haven't seen him get out of line at all.
No,
So, unless there's a five
I'd like
on
to
the river,
see,
7,
let's see Michael
6, 7, 8,
dead on
9,
that turn
nothing
cut
there.
there. Yeah. Just,
So,
It's
just a little pot to Sam with his pocket fives.
I got open ended straight flush draw with
I
your
think
cards.
Michael could have taken advantage of position there, try and win that pot. Every pot's important in these stages of the tournaments. Definitely want to fight for every pot. Put the pressure on the other players. Got a good rule. This is my rule. Playing Texas Hold'em poker. If they check twice, you bet. If they bet twice, you fold.
And I think that probably applies especially there because Sam has not gotten out of line. If he's checked that, he's not trying. He hasn't got an ace and trying to trap you. He just hasn't played like that.
He just bets the ace on the flop.
Yeah. So you're right, but again, it gets hard at this stage of the tournament. There's only we've lost another one. There you go. We've lost someone on the outside table. So there's only 10.
Yep.
And this could actually be it here because. No, he's folded the ace, King Jack. Jared's got nothing, so he gets through. So we're actually one elimination away now from the final table and wrapping up the night. Could be here, could be on our outside table, or it could be neither, and we played it in this level.
Yeah. Sam's definitely locked it up for the night, I'll tell you that. He's happy with his work. Has played very well, very solid.
So, seeing that, you've got to know now that if Sam does decide to come in and play, you know he's probably got kings
Premium.
or probably, you know, he's not coming in without anything really strong.
He's folded the King 6 suited in the cutoff. Squishy in the booth here.
Yeah, I'm getting assaulted here by Josh.
Couple of stray elbows.
Geez, it hurt when your head hit my knee there.
3.1 million. That's a lot of chips.
That's a lot of chips.
Bit of table talk at the moment. Apparently Linsky's got a lot of chips as well.
They're looking over at the other table, checking that out. I think they've realised that there's been an elimination over there, so
10 to go.
They're one away. You're hearing the table talk, I'm not, so I'm just reading lips and
they've been pretty quiet, to be fair.
Yeah.
Just every now and then they pipe up.
And it's been unusual because, honestly, towards the end of last night in the grind, it was just chat city, so...
I'll be honest, I was on that final table and I couldn't hear myself think for the... I wasn't on there long. Maybe that's why. That threw me off my game.
Threw you off. Sam raises here, suited King Jack, and that takes it as well. We've got a feeling that we are going to need, honestly, a cooler here to get someone else off
Noman's
here.
only got 13 big blinds, so...
Yeah, okay. Someone might
and he's
push.
in the small blind, so could be a button open.
Okay.
And Noman's definitely going to take the chance if he has a decent hand.
if you're hearing that I've had a long day and then I'm quite keen for them to wrap it up, you're probably right.
We want the aces and the kings. That's what we want.
And look, it's actually been pretty cool here because we do start the commentary, you know, later in the day because we want to put it on when most people are watching.
Yeah.
But of course, they came back for the grind this afternoon and it was heads up, so we wanted to be commentating that. So I've been actually going probably longer than the players today. Listen to my voice, it's going.
I know, yeah. Eyes are bloodshot.
Oh, leave me alone. That was the massage. It's just all the blood's gone.
You're in a world of her, but in a good way. If that makes sense. Look like you enjoyed it. King Queen here for Sam. Just the call. Love to see Sam get a bit more aggressive out of the big blind there. Little squeeze on. Put the pressure on Jared.
But you've said it. He's sort of put the cue in the rack.
It's a bit harder when you got Dennis flating the button, the chip leader. Checks through.
So Sam does hit the king. So Dennis is in here. Outside of hitting trips, he's not going to bet here, is he really, Dennis?
I'd like to see him bet on the flop, to be fair. Use that position. The theory, you can't bet on that card, I don't think, but just Sam might bet for a bit of value here on the river. Yeah. 110.
2,000.
Sam saying he should have raised pre-flop. Would have been a good squeeze spot with the king queen O. Let's put a bit of pressure on the shorter stacks. I know Dennis is in the hand fighting, but I think Dennis is gonna 3-bet his better hands. So his fighting range is pretty capped. Low pocket pairs, stuff like that.
I wanted to, but I just maybe
it's a fair fight. Fair fight, 8 ace high.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to. I don't want to.
King queen with no card jam.
Yeah.
Even with the chip lead, Dennis pretty timid.
Come on.
He's all in.
The Ducks. Get in with the Ducks.
Quack, quack.
King of diamonds too, so I was thinking.
Sam's not playing someone.
The old saying,
who's
though,
on the big
deuces
blind?
never loses.
Who's
Michael
on the big blind? Nah.
No, I can't call that. Put that in the bin.
But yeah, more likely you.
It was a flip, though. If you knew it was a flip, you would have called.
No idea that.
Where's pocket five?
Yes, that's what he just said. He told me you had deuces, I would have called.
You told me that you had deuces, I called. Definitely run it.
Sometimes you just got to flick it in with the 5-3-0.
50, maybe not. Yeah, I don't think like with the king
That
of
would
diamonds,
be
I'll probably
one of
flop,
those
I'll be honest.
instances where you totally go against your instincts.
Yep.
Point and a half, yeah.
And if you're wrong, you've got nothing to come back on.
Yeah. I floated one against Mr. Hashem. Didn't like that one. No,
Sam talking about his Jack 10 hand with Joe, Eskimo Joe.
Runner straight, wasn't it?
Yeah.
See you later.
Apparently Joe wasn't happy with the run out.
No.
Happy how Sam played the hand. I thought he played the hand.
I think every time you get knocked out, you're probably not too happy with the run out. So Sam, who we said's not going to get too frisky.
But he can't be folding this in the button. But into the chip later, though, in the big blind. Could punish him. Oh, no, sorry. Jared's in the big blind here. My bad. Forgot about Michael.
Yeah, he gets
on the flop,
a call.
my hand was so nice, it just didn't
Jared's
fold straight away, you know. Like,
also pretty short here. And hits his jack.
just fault it, I
Yep.
think.
Check. Ooh, gut shot now. Gut shot draw.
Don't check again, Jared.
Check. Sam does like to blasting these spots.
Look, he's hit 2 pair.
Jared will not be folding.
Oh, he's not folding. I'm just wondering if he
I think
goes
he's
for
just
it
gonna
here.
call. Oh, one of those raised. Really good instincts,
175.
but helps when you have top and bottom.
It does. It does. Sam's probably thinking, could hit an ace here. I've got a gut shot. But as you said, he's just not getting frisky now. So
Yeah, there you go.
we'll
in
give
the
it
mid.
away. Wouldn't mind a rabbit here just to see what the last card was, but
I'd love to see
we're
the
not,
last
we're
card.
not getting that.
Should yell at the Bradley. Bradley, show the last card, please, mate. Grant Levy in the background, Hall of Famer.
Yes, we get him.
Out of Penrith, Western Sydney.
I'm supposed to get him up here in commentary, but I think just like you, he's been playing a lot, so he hasn't had a heap of time. He was supposed to share my room with me for a night, Grant. Because the hotel got booked out. I actually don't know him, but
don't you?
No, which is
He's a great man.
weird, isn't it? But he finished up rooming with Tony Hashem for one night. Tony's got 15-room penthouse suite, so I don't think that was too much of a worry for him. And I think I saved Grant a fair bit of pain because he probably wouldn't have slept at all with my snoring. So good on him. So Noman is all in here with the suited ace-5. Takes down the blinds.
Good, one of these jams through, isn't he?
So again, just a reminder, if we lose another player during this level, we're going to wrap it up for tonight and come back with the final table tomorrow. Otherwise, we're playing through to the end of this level, which is not long, another few minutes, and then we'll come back with 2 tables of 5 tomorrow. Waiting to find out what time, because we do try and keep a 12-hour break between the end of play and the start of play the next day to make sure the players get a good rest. So I think this was due to resume at midday tomorrow. It may not be that early.
It'll be around that, though.
It won't be much later. They might push it back an hour.
Well, they did that today, actually. Finished pretty late last night, so started at 1:30 Brisbane time, I guess. Today.
This could be fun. We've got a couple of king queens, and Sam's
God,
raised it up with the pocket 5s.
If we're not folding out of the big.
Norman decides to push. So this is, so Sam, who we've said hasn't got too frisky. His issue is that he's got Dennis behind him, isn't it? So
yeah, I'm not sure he can call with Dennis behind, but
if Dennis isn't in there, he probably calls, right?
oh, I think he snaps it off.
It's only because it's him, and well, there you go. He hasn't worried too much about Dennis. So you'd think Dennis is going to get out of the way here.
Folds.
So
Dennis just fighting there in the small line king. I'd like to see him get more aggressive tomorrow with the chip lead.
He probably could have got rid of both if he'd done that. But here we are.
Here's the run out.
This could be it. Jack, ace, Jack, 9.
Jack, ace. Oh, it's a lot of outs. Wow.
Oh.
Too many outs.
River is a jack.
Good game,
So
Naman. Well
Naman goes out.
Unlucky, buddy.
The upside for us is that we are now down to our final table. That is correct, isn't it? I'm reading this correctly.
I think that is
Sam,
FT.
who we'd said is not getting out of line and is folding everything unless it's premium, has just picked up another 417,000.
He was ahead.
Yeah. So
Tell me what hand you would have rather
well
on the flop,
for him. Worked out real well. So that is going to be it for tonight here. We're down to our final 9 tomorrow.
There we go. Back at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
1 p.m. So they've pushed it back an hour just to give these guys the full 12-hour rest, and also us here in the production and commentary area the full 12-hour rest. So looking forward to it. It's going to be a really loaded table tomorrow. It's going to be a great finish to this.
Yep.
Over 70 grand up top for the winner. Lot to play for. Josh, thanks so much. It's
No worries,
been
mate. Been an
lots
absolute
of fun
pleasure.
having you in here for a couple of hours, and
Been an absolute
hopefully
pleasure.
we'll see you in here again.
That's it. Hopefully I'm on the table in the main event.
Okay, well
There you
that's
go.
the next time we'll see you. Thanks, mate. It's been real, and we'll
Thank you,
see
mate.
everyone on the stream tomorrow, 1 p.m. Queensland time. Have a great night.